It's the most full of shit time of the year. Good Lord, Lauren and Grayson, man, just look at their eyes while the body cam's near. It's the most full of shit time of the year. It's the hype of the season, with dramatic legal reasons and police on speed dial. There'll be history, onyx and tears, and stories of fake fear. Are you guys for real?
I remember when we met.
Now it's Grayson feeding Lauren time with a sippy cup. Now let's blame law and crime. There'll be lies dressed as concern, every bridge left to burn for clicks overnight. It's the most full of shit time of the year. Lauren swears she's all natural still, no Botox she'll say with a very straight face, while her eyebrows launch to outer space. Grayson's nodding enthusiastically, brown-nosing professionally. Yes, Lauren on cue. Dark eyes ringed like it's Halloween. Alice Cooper core, if you know what I mean, with a crisis or two. They'll be typing in all caps, calling cops over scraps from a common thread. Someone almost got whited at dinner, and Christina's in Europe, but let's blame her anyway. John stays calm like a podcast monk, above all the noise and the stink. But crack a window, light a candle. Good God, your feet fucking reek. It's the most full of shit time of the year. They'll swear it's all true. They'll swear it's for safety. They'll swear they had no choice at all. Pathological, no, just misunderstood, as the story keeps changing every time receipts call. Then Tricia appears from webs loose again, with theories from 1903, connecting dots with invisible yarn and yelling just, "Wait and you'll see!" It's the most full of shit time of the year. It's the most full of shit time of the year. John's nuts roasting on an open fire, false alarms nipping at your nose, holiday spirals climbing higher, while the truth quietly tiptoes. Everybody knows a grift and mistletoe help to make the outrage bright. Checking Reddit with their eyes aglow, clicking live again tonight. They know that Lauren's on her way, with a brand new face and claims to say. Soft voice, grave tone, camera tight, selling panic wrapped in I'm right. Then there's Grayson typing fast, calling cops like Christmas past. Murdered at dinner with righteous cries. Watch that narrative fly, fly, fly. And John stays calm, plays the role, nods along while the storyline rolls. Paper trails that don't exist, but invoking the the FBI sells the twist. Everybody knows a badge and a bluff help to make the season tense. Nothing says joy like calling the law over an internet offense. They swear it's real, they swear it's true. Santa's checking filings too. John throws his glasses as Grayson spies to see if their shady lawyer qualifies. And so I'm offering this simple phrase for viewers from 1 to 92. Although it's been said so many times, many ways receipts matter. Merry Christmas to you.
Hello, hello. Oh my gosh, Canvas and Crime. Thank you so much. We got 10 cooter ships right off the bat this morning. Or this afternoon. This afternoon. Or it might be morning where you are. But
She says, welcome to Cooterville.
thank you, Canvas.
Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Ho, 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 I'm back. I'm back. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for joining me. I missed you. That's the longest I've took off in a while. And I was off for what, 3 days? Yeah, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. It's so good to be back. Happy Tuesday. Merry Christmas Eve, if you celebrate Christmas. And thank you again. Merry Christmas to you, Canvas. Thank you for your support. And we had someone join before we went live, so let's give them a shout out. That is Kelly B. Kelly Benoik. Just Kelly B. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs. And Blue Jay, or whoever said that, yes, if your legs are open, they must be closed. You can come on in. Oh, it was wonderful, Lindsay. It was wonderful. Guess who's back? Hey, Kelly Mac. Hello, Michelle. Michelle is still working hard to pay for those Christmas gifts. Good to see you. Oh, you need a birthday song? You do. You need a happy birthday, baby?
Happy birthday, baby.
Anybody else that's celebrating any birthdays? Let's celebrate. Here we go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, 'cause you're awesome. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Roberta. She's all gifting, and we're celebrating her birthday. Hello, hello, Miss T. Marie and Lori Ann. Good to see you. Thank you, moderators. Merry Christmas. It's a very special Merry Christmas to the moderators. They work hard. They're always here, and I appreciate them. They are the best group of individuals that I've had the pleasure of meeting on these YouTube streets, and they're really good peeps. So make sure you are kind to your mods. Wow, Gaylin just gifted 20. We just got gifted 20 cooter ships. Merry Christmas, little cooters.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. Kiss your ass. Happy Hanukkah.
You're 50 today, Martine? Oh, we got to play a song for Martine. She's 50 today. Martine, happy 50th. How old are you, Canvas? I know you're not on that milestone, right? I got to play one of my favorite songs for our 50-year-old cooter. Thank you so much, Galen. Again, Merry Christmas to you. This is a good song, you guys, for our 50-year-olds, especially since we have a 50 in the chat because she's fucking 50. Let's take a listen to one of my favorite 50-year-old songs. Bye, Kid Rock.
Happy birthday, baby.
What an exciting birthday to share. 50. I saw a lot of other ones too. 70. I mean, do it, lady. Do it. And thank you, everybody, for the memberships. We got 30 to 33 cooters. That's a lot of cooters on this Christmas Eve. Thank you guys so much. Angie says HTC numbers are up by 2,000. I don't know. Maybe they're buying them. 51 aches and pains. Sorry to hear that. Thank you, Bert. Good to see you. Hi from Boomer Cooterland. Hey, Nina. Oh, last minute. Yeah, I still have to wrap all my gifts. How about that? I'll be wrapping them probably tomorrow. Lorna Dune. Jay went to school with Kid Rock. I did. Romeo High School. Hello, Felicia. Hey, Lindsay says, Jay, I just realized you're literally my sister's age. It makes more sense now why I love you so much. Plus, you're cool as fuck. Really? Is your sister obviously older and wiser? I'm old. I'm effing 50. Well, that's cool though, Lindsay. I always have felt like a chat connection with you. We're always like on the same wavelength. I'm really glad you're here, and Merry Christmas to you and your cool sister. Hello, Joey. Good to see you, Ostrich. All of you guys. Thank you for being here. Jay stays 50. I think they're buying subs too, Fs. So I noticed that they are doing the the Reiner case. You went to school with Frank Hannon from Tesla. You know, it's so weird you say that. That is like one of my all-time favorite bands is Tesla. You're 19 years apart. I just got a cooter chat. Cooter chat.
Merry Christmas, Jay. Christmas tree Santa Claus medium light skin tone. Thank you for revealing the truth. I am so thankful I found you.
That's nice. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you for your cooter chat. And I'm really glad that you found me as well. If you would like to use the cooter chat function, the link will be scrolling in the chat throughout the stream. Thank you so much. Too old to give a shit? Hello. Class in crime? You really went to school with Kid Rock? Yes. He was 2 years older than me. I worked with Kid Rock for a few years, and I just turned fucking 51. Hey, McButter. My birth certificate turned 50 in October. I'm still 23. Me too. It's hard to believe that my kids are older than me now. I mean, I don't know how the fuck that happened, but it did. Somehow they like surpassed me. I'm like, what do you mean? My oldest son is 30. I'm like, what do you mean you're 30? I'm not even 30. Or I remember turning 30 and I was like, I didn't want to say 30. I'm so stupid. Like, that's so dumb. I don't want to say 30. I want to say 20 something. Jay reports are they found melody buzzards. Oh gosh, really? That's sad. Hey, Patty. Patty's coming in with some socks with Grace and Lauren and John. Speaking of John, I was busy doing some videos. I've got another one that I'm going to release. But I put out a video today, and it is involving a couple texts about Colby. Not saying anything bad about Colby. There's nothing derogatory about Colby in the text. I would never put that out, especially before Christmas. Like, as far as the text message releases or whatever, the ones that I'm getting, I'm actually sifting through, and I'm going to put context like in videos with them if I can to give a whole picture. So bear with me as I do this. Hey Kalina, your name is so pretty. So I did put one together with Colby with clips and stuff, and I wanted to walk through that with you guys and maybe kind of add a little more commentary than what I put in the video. But I think it's important, and I want to read some of these comments that I'm getting first. So let's shrink me. Honey, I shrunk Jay. Let's put me down here. Okay. I wanted to read some of these comments I'm getting. And I don't know if these are hidden gems or whatever the hell they call themselves. But, and maybe I should have read these after, but this is crazy. Okay, so Gail Mitchell says, this is 13 minutes ago. You are also guilty. Leave Cody out of this. His name's Colby. Out of this. Grifter. And then it's got 1 like. Okay. Then Gail Mitchell comes back again. Right after that. 13 minutes ago. So aren't you doing the same? Grifter. In all caps. 1 like. I reply with a laughing face. Then if you go down here. Thank you, Sharon, for the $1.99 super thanks. That was really nice of you. Oh, there was another one down here. Loving life. I have enjoyed your content, but in my opinion, Colby should be left alone, so I will skip this one. And while I respect their decision to not watch the video, I feel like not watching the video is turning a blind eye to what they've done. Hi, Potato. Merry Christmas and welcome to Birds on a Wire to Cooterville. Come on in and close the legs. Close them up. Here we go. Trace on the case right here. 2 likes. Trace on the case says, projection. You're doing what you accuse them of. How much money have you made? When does it end? Didn't Colby ask for it to stop? I bet it's going to be a nice Christmas there for you after all this. Apparently, hate wins in this case. This is the stuff of your holidays? Mean girls don't stop for Christmas or Thanksgiving, huh? No matter what your angle is, doesn't mean 2 wrongs make a right. Wait for it. Besides, there's no proof these are not doctored. Trace on the case. 2 likes. I say, laughing face. I thought there was one more. That one, though, Trace on the case was like, what? Oh, Jeff H. I guess I'll never understand. I guess I'll never get the hatred for Lauren and Dr. John. I think having a journalist and somebody with Dr. John's experience, as well as the Mormon connection understanding, makes for a great YouTube team. Keep waiting to hear a good solid reason to hate on them. That's more than just, quote, hate on them because we hate on them. Now, how is that even true? Like Jeff. So I commented and I said, where do you see hatred? I see the truth. I'm sorry you don't. This person says because they waged lawfare on former friends, employees, colleagues, and victims. This girl says if you haven't had the veil lifted by now, then you are too far gone. This girl, Diane, says if the highly dramatic, very angry, one-sided 9-hour live stream didn't make you the least bit uncomfortable or curious for context, perhaps looking into the experiences of other people impacted by Lauren's one-sided claims is beyond the effort that you're willing to put forth. Very well said. And this person, Woodman, says, because they're lying grifters. So, yeah. So going back to, what's her name? Trace on the case. Mean girls don't stop for Christmas or Thanksgiving. Neither do grifters, Lauren and Grayson. I saw you guys all weekend, the weekend before Christmas, putting out misinformation about Nick Reiner. Not hate, just exposure. Exactly. Trisha Adams says, I don't understand why everybody wants to keep HTC in the media. Colby is, we don't want to. Okay, first of all, we don't want to keep them in the media. That is not my goal anyway. Okay, I can't speak for anyone else. My goal is to show what they've done and the things that the people they've exploited, the things they've used the court system and law enforcement for, all of the above. I don't think it has anything to do with Christmas or fucking Thanksgiving or Happy fucking New Year. The truth is the truth. Isn't Trace on the case Kresha's mod? Oh, I don't know. I don't know who that is. I've never seen them before. I don't know. 592 subs. I don't know who this person is. But no, I'm definitely not grifting off of this situation. It's not about that. It's about showing facts. And like I said, if anything in the text that I received would have said anything derogatory personally about Colby or any of the surviving victims or family members, I would not put it out right before Christmas. Like, why would I do that? Right. We're not trying to keep their name out there. We're trying to expose what they've done. So, all right. I think she's friends with Joe Schmo. Oh, say no more. Say no more. And by the way, Trace on the case. Anyone who's on YouTube is here to make money. Okay. We're not here to sit here with, and oh, they want subscribers. Yes, everybody wants subscribers and everybody makes money. That's why they have the YouTube partner program. I say this all the fucking time. To sit here and say, oh, you're making money. Fuck you. Yes, I am. I'm sitting here giving my opinion, reviewing fucking videos, and yes, I make some money doing it. So what? I'm not exploiting another human being to do it. If you have a problem with Colby Ryan being mentioned with Hidden True Crime, go take it up with them. Don't take it up with me. I'm not the one that drug him into it. I'm not the one that put him in a weird position and said I should have adopted him. I'm not the one that did any of these things that we're about to watch. Right, Republic. That too. Okay, let's get into it. We're going to review this. Then we have another video we're going to review.
I remember when we met, I had so many questions because you were probably one of the first people I spoke to face and was even willing to realize some of the psychological side of this and where my mom's mind was at that time. And I was still really holding on.
So this part here where he's like, talking about when he first met them, where his mind was at the time, how he was still just holding on to the fact that she was his mom, and You know, you look at this picture of him and his sister Tylee as youngsters and remember, you know, I remember my kids being that age. You're their fucking world. Like, you are the center of their universe. And here he is expressing to a doctor that, you know, he felt vulnerable, that he didn't know where to turn because he was holding on to his mother. And they took advantage of that. All right, so let's get into this because this video is not about one text message or even one clip taken out of context. I'm not just throwing screenshots on the screen and saying, trust me, that's not what this is. This is going to be a walkthrough of a pattern, a long one, using podcast clips, behavior over time, and private messages that were sent to me. When you line all of this up, it becomes very clear that Colby wasn't just a guest popping in for a conversation. He was content. And when the person you're turning into content is someone with lifelong trauma tied to a notorious case, that should raise some red flags. So what we're going to do is we're going to walk through this together. I'll pause the clips, I'll explain what you're hearing, and I'll point out where the concern starts to look like control. Because manipulation doesn't usually show up wearing a villain cape. It shows up pretending to help. Touche. Let's start at the beginning.
And it was just nice because in that time I was still holding on to her so hard as a mom. So I always will remember that conversation that we had. And thank you for saying that. I appreciate it.
I honestly was a little disappointed that they didn't include any of that conversation.
So he's, this is Dr. John, again, with his, you know, professional standpoint from a PhD psychologist, marriage counselor. Anyways, he's worried more about what wasn't put in the show, right? Because earlier, and I should have clipped this, but earlier in this show that they're doing, he said that they put Colby and him like in a room like to film and told them just to talk to one another. And Colby said how like awkward or whatever it was, and then they ended up not using any of that footage. Lindsay says, and I'm sorry, but that's where I think Lauren's text to Summer about Colby is really relevant because she, Lauren, offers up John as a listening ear and friend, then says, don't tell John. She inserted him. Exactly. Wallela. Welcome to Cooterville. Thank you for becoming a member today.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
Hey, Hillbilly Belinda. Good to see you. Thank you. So they're talking about the show they were in, the Netflix documentary.
Right. We spoke for like an hour. Not 3 minutes.
2 hours, wasn't it?
we spoke for a while. Not a minute of that conversation made it in, but
right.
That's the way it goes, I guess, with, you know, shows.
Me too, Robat.
I guess so.
That's why we're here. That's why we have a live conversation.
He's like, that's how it goes in shows. And Colby's like, I guess so. Robat, me too. I'm with you. Hey, Snaz. Hey, Crimeology. Good to see you. Have Merry Christmas.
Shows.
That's how it goes with shows. So who wants to sit there and have a fake conversation with this? And it's Christmas, Jay. Don't say it. With this guy for a fucking show. Chuck Anderson's granddaughter just gifted a cootership, and it looks like Saving Our Republic was the recipient. Welcome in, Saving Our Republic, to Cooterville, and Merry Christmas.
And when Santa squeezes his fat white ass down that chimney tonight, he's gonna find the jolliest bunch of assholes this side of the nut house.
Damn straight.
That's the way it goes, I guess, with, you know, shows.
I guess so.
That's why we're here. That's why we have a live conversation, so you guys can know you're not, there's no behind the scenes anyone's missing here.
Right.
no inside scoop. No one's missing any behind the scenes stuff. And let me go back. I want to address this. Not a fan of Colby at all. 9mm, you know I respect your ass. Not a fan of Colby at all. His history says all I need to know about him. Fair enough. Fair. But two things can be correct at the same time. You can not like him because of his actions, and you can also acknowledge the fact that he was fucking exploited by these people. Because what they did to him has nothing to do with this over here that was going on in his personal life. So two things can be true at the same time. I respect your opinion, but I think that you can still get a good message out of this, putting that aside, if you catch my drift.
I think her purpose was to get in there. She had 30 minutes, which is no time whatsoever.
I'm going to share something that I noticed about you that I've never shared. So I've been following this case since your brother and sister were missing, before we had found them. And
before we had found them, you didn't find them, Lauren. Here's that. And this was 8 months ago, by the way. Before we found them. Good afternoon, Roseanne.
Before we had found them. And I remember actually, so I was following all of the media, and it was December 2019. I don't remember when you did this YouTube live. I think it was probably the end of December 2019. But you got on. Do you remember this live?
Oh, we got a cooter chat.
Merry Christmas, Christmas tree.
Thank you, Crimology, for your cooter chat. Merry Christmas to you too, babe.
And when Santa squeezes his fat white ass down that chimney tonight, he's gonna find the jolliest bunch of assholes this side of the nut house.
To plead with your mother, you said, I don't know where you are, Mom. Okay, so
Right. Does she think he forgot? Does she think he forgot when he had to fire up a live to beg and plead his mother, of all people, to say, where are the kids, man? Just, let us know they're okay.
With your mother, you said, I don't know where you are, Mom. Okay, so I recognize something from back then, and I haven't seen it since then. But you were trying to ask your mother to tell you where the kids were while also apologizing to her. I could tell you walked on eggshells with her. Ask a little bit more about how Lori.
Now, this is weird, okay? She always wants to ask more and more about Lori. But listen what she asks him here.
Fed you guys, and maybe this is actually a question for John, because.
Now, why would this be a question for John? John didn't know Lori. John wasn't around when they were little. I know, me too, Lindsay.
Lori fed you guys, and maybe this is actually a question for John, because you explained it really well, Colby. And you said she's the one feeding us, yet she was so in shape and she was so fit. And we've heard from friends that she had a body dysmorphia almost. She was always worried about looking a certain way.
I mean, we know that Lori was about appearances. But this seems like a little projection. Hillbilly Belinda, I think she idolizes Lori. Me fucking too. And you know what, Belinda? It's rumored that she was the one writing to Chad Daybell. Or Lori Daybell. That it's her and Grayson. And what is she talking about? You fed us? Like what? Wait, Parawoman live or premiere? What's up, Parawoman? Merry Christmas to you.
She had a body dysmorphia almost. She was always worried about looking a certain way.
I found this question very intrusive and just quite frankly rude. How does she expect him to answer a question like that?
She was Mrs. Texas.
Right.
Oh, there's been some leakage in some of the videos where she'd been like, oh, Lori's not going to do that with her appeal or whatever. I can't remember the exact wording, but she was like speaking for her. Like, oh no, she's not going to do that. Oh no, Chad's not going to do that, or he's not going to say that.
And I've heard that from other people too, just so you know that.
Now let's get into the text messages. We are going to April 17th of 2021. When I say this was a long-term manipulation, I mean it. This says, Lauren Matthias, please do send a list. John met and talked to Colby for 3 hours. I've never met him. You hear the jaws in the background? This makes me sick. It's like shark circling their prey. That's what she's doing. John, did you text Colby today? Did you text Colby today? Did you text Colby today? This says, Lauren Matthias, please do send a list. John met and talked to Colby for 3 hours. I've never met him. John has a soft spot for him, and I do think we could get an interview. But it's up to John to get that, and John isn't as assertive as me. He doesn't reach out and ask. Different approaches between a therapist and journalist. Even yesterday, I texted John and said, friendly reminder, text Colby. Did he? No. Damn him. Fast forward to 2023, and there is a text message that was leaked between Lauren Matthias and Summer Shiflett, the sister of Lori Daybell. In this text message, Lauren says, I haven't reached out to Colby, and I do not expect you to vouch for me. My reaching out to you about Colby is what people do when they care, when they see or feel things that may be off, in order to prevent a tragedy. There is nothing in it for me.
And then maybe I'll end with something a little lighter, which is in the last conversation I had with Colby, or maybe it was the conversation. It was a couple of conversations before when I think Colby and I were just on together, and you were talking, Colby, about that idea that your entire family obviously was murdered.
Sorry.
He's going to go to something lighter. He's going to mention Colby being alone and in his entire family being murdered. Okay, we get it. I would appreciate if you guys didn't give them views and wait for someone to review it, because you know I will. But this is supposed to be something lighter that he's bringing up. Now, your whole family's murdered. She's over here fucking horsing around. She absolutely pressured John to reach out. What is she saying? Right. Exactly.
Entire family obviously was murdered.
Sorry, you keep talking. Sorry.
And you were alone. Were you trying to hold up? And you were alone. Were you trying to hold up?
I was just trying to answer the question on the screen. Keep going.
Obviously was murdered.
Sorry, you keep talking. Sorry.
And you were alone. Were you trying to hold up?
I was just trying to answer the question on the screen. Keep going.
And somebody said, wouldn't it be great if Dr. John could adopt Colby, right? And yeah. Wouldn't it be great if Dr. John could adopt Colby? Wouldn't it be great if Dr. John could adopt Colby?
See her sippy cup? It says UNLV on it. Hey, Pines. That's the UNLV mug.
Right. And yeah. Wouldn't it be great if Dr. John could adopt Colby?
His face says it all, just like Kay Woodcock at the memorial when she looked over like, what the fuck?
Right. And yeah. I saw it and I'm like, you know what? That would be so cool. Like, he would be such a great son, right? Like, I wish I had the chance to adopt Colby.
Oh.
So I saw that comment, Colby, and I wanted to put it out there. It was kind of a touching comment, and I never.
Who said that? Do we even know who said that?
Addressed it. I wanted to address it then, but we were like really deep into something.
Yeah.
And so I just want to say that in many ways, I feel like you are kind of my adopted son, and I really appreciate you.
Yeah.
And I love the journey you're on, and thank you.
Why is he adjusting his cup? What does that mean in body language?
But we were like.
He says it twice. Thank you, blessings, for being here. Hey, Giselle, good to see you.
really deep into something.
Yeah.
And so I just want to say that in many ways, I feel like you are kind of my adopted son, and I really appreciate you.
Yeah.
And I love the journey you're on, and thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, man.
Yeah.
That means a lot to me. Seriously. Seriously.
Yeah. We care about you. We'll be following your journey. And we do hope that many of the people that journeyed with us on the Daybell case, that you keep supporting Colby too. Because the journeys will never be over for you.
Yeah.
This is them acknowledging his pain. The journeys will never be over.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Please do.
And we're here for you whenever, or if you ever need.
Well, I just said I feel like he's my adopted son.
Yeah, you did.
Said it again. Oh, we'll be here. Whatever you need, whatever you may need, whatever you may want. We're loving your journey. And John says, well, I just said I consider him an adopted son. I don't think we need to really say, any more to that.
Psychopathy.
Sick, ain't it?
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
That means a lot to me. Seriously. Seriously.
Yeah. We care about you. We'll be following your journey. And we do hope that many of the people that journeyed with us on the Daybell case, that you keep supporting Colby too. Because the journeys will never be over for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Robin.
Please do.
And we're here for you whenever, or if you ever need.
Well, I just said I feel like he's my adopted son.
Yeah, you did. You said that.
That's a big
on
commitment.
live YouTube.
That's a big,
Yeah,
right.
I love it.
Yeah, you said that. She says on live YouTube. And he's like, yeah, I love it. Like, I don't know what to think.
Live YouTube.
I don't just put stuff like that out there, right? Like,
So
I don't just put stuff like that out there. And this one here, yes, was 2 days before the 9-hour live.
I don't just
Live YouTube.
I don't just put stuff like that out there, right? Like,
So when I was told that, I remember on live, I just remember thinking, why did you say that? Because I lost my dad. He was murdered. You know that. And I lost my mom. So you can't say things like that if you don't mean that. So that number one, that pissed me off. And I didn't even know how much it pissed me off till later on. And then I heard my name brought up right
Jay,
after that live.
A Merry Christmas to you and your family. So glad I found you in the Cooters. Merry Christmas, Cooters.
Oh, thank you so much, F's More, for the $10 Cooter Chat. And a Merry Christmas right back to you. If you want to stop me in my tracks, send me a Cooter Chat because they're read out loud for all to hear. Thank you again. And 10 months with Pink October. Still hanging out with you in Cooterville. Thank you so much. I'm so glad that you guys are here. All of you.
The next live that they did, John shared a private text that I had sent in the moment where I said I was proud of Lauren, and I was, because she was getting out and facing those people. And he shared that on live, which has been his complaint from the beginning. And that really upset me and hurt me, because you just went on tangents for months on end about private texts. And now you come out and say a text that I sent you that was private. For what purpose? That felt like it was all planned. And that's what I'm saying. And this is my perspective. I'm angry because my name has been brought up in that situation so many times. I had to see it when I went to court for my dad. I had to see it when I went to freaking CrimeCon. I have to witness it, and it won't go away. I have let it go. I've let it slide. I've walked away. I've said nothing. I've let it play out. It has nothing to do with me. Keep me out of it. I'm not here for this drama. I'm not even involved. When the hell did I become a part of this? Until I realized I was being dragged into it. And I wanted to not do this video. I never wanted to make this video. I never wanted to have to make this video. And it's so irritating to me that I don't even go to that place. We don't go to that. Yes, we talk about my family. It's already public information. My family, and we talked about this last night with the mods, that is public. You guys knew more about my family and details about my family than I did. So yeah, am I touching on that now? Yes, for my own sake. And I appreciate that I have people who I feel are like a family for me, because I don't have that anymore. So I address those things. I've told you guys, you can believe what you want. I'm telling you context so you understand where I stand. number one thing I have a trigger with now, and I'm no longer taking these punches quietly, is being pulled into people's bullshit.
So after watching all of that, I want you to ask yourself one simple question. Was this about helping Colby, or was this about feeding a brand? This is why people started pushing back. Not because they're haters, not because they're obsessed, and definitely not because they're stalking anyone. Definitely not. It's because exploiting trauma for clicks, credibility, or clout isn't journalism, and it's definitely not advocacy. Colby deserved boundaries, and what he got was content strategy. And that's the problem. All right, so thoughts? Oh, I'm so glad that he did, Robat. Like, when he came out with his video, I was like, oh my God, thank God he was specific about those specific things he brought up. Sharing his text. Right, nothing about this is drama, Andy. That's so true. But here's John reading his text when they're calling the cops about theirs, wanting to involve the FBI, wanting people to get arrested, wanting Christina to go to jail. You know? Hey, Pines, do you want to know why because there was two Jennifers. Do you remember that?
Is it one Jennifer or two Jennifers?
And it's totally, those texts. It shows right there what her motive was. Thank you, Cindy. I love your shorts that came out today. I'm actually wearing skirt. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I put out shorts and the video. Parawoman was live today and a couple of trolls showed up. Oh, really? The gems are out in full force. So Lauren went live over top of me today. So I hope that you will choose to stay here and wait for the review of her bullshit, of her bloated Macy's parade float looking ass. Cynthia Dawn. Jay, thank you. Love your work, Jay. Merry Christmas Eve. I'm working today, but gonna catch the replay. Love to all. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas Eve to you as well. Oh my goodness, Pines just sent 10 more cooter ships. Tart, Kira, Teresa, Keith, White, Diamonds, Fiddle dee 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 da, Joyce, Yogato, Steph, and Marissa, Marie.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. Kiss your ass. Happy Hanukkah.
Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you guys. In the Pines, spreading some Cooterville cheer. Hi, Judy Lynn. That's so nice. Several faces. Yeah, we don't know which one to smack. So got so many faces. All right, so today we're going to review this. And this is important because we actually have two lives with them within days of one another. This one that we're going to watch right now is, dude, Hillbilly Belinda Fix-A-Flat inserted into the orifice and pump. I don't know. It's lumpy. But this one was April the 6th of this year. And I believe Lindsay Hendricks is here with her timeline to fill in the blanks. When was the first cease and desist sent out? Right around this time, right? We have April the 6th, and then the other one is going to be April the 12th, I believe. So those dates might, line up in the timeline to be, kind of meaningful, if you will. The 12 Faces of Lauren. I know. Could you like the 12 days of Christmas and describe her face in different ways? She looks so different. Yeah, you want to see what she looks like so you guys don't have to go over there? Strike me, Wolwyn. Strike me, Grayson. Oh, she's got 2.1K watching. What a shame.
Investigating this since October.
Look.
And that DNA.
I have no idea what in the hell's going on here. But I don't know. Right, Kooky. She doesn't look too much different now. Kristen? Buzz, your girlfriend. Woof. I don't know what's going on, dude. Kristen, it doesn't make me feel bad. You know how horrible she's been to people? Horrible. She's been absolutely horrible. Hey, Cindy. She looks like she's wearing gauze. She looks bloated, like pregnant. I don't know. I can just see her face. Her eyebrows are lower. Okay, so this one, again, is 8 months ago. This is April 6th, 2025. So let's get into it. This is our review today. And then, yeah, tomorrow we're going to be picking up the 9-hour stream again. So, I got to quit saying that. So, yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow.
Hello, are we live? We are live. We'll wait for the premiere that we just did to redirect, but hello, everyone. Clearly, it's not just John and I tonight. We are with, there we go. There we got some people here. We are with Colby Ryan. Colby J. Ryan. She corrects herself. Ryan, if the name of your YouTube channel that we've been really appreciating and valuing. Thank you, Colby, for doing that. Is everybody here?
It's good to be here.
Good.
Wait, thank you, Colby, for doing that. Doing what?
Colby J. Ryan, if the name of your YouTube channel that we've been really appreciating and valuing. Thank you, Colby, for doing that. Is everybody here?
Do you guys think that she was mad that he made a YouTube? She says she's never got work done. Why would you lie like that when it's so obvious?
It's good to be here.
Good. So I just want to start, Colby, by kind of sharing what I actually shared with you before we started, which is I have tried to put myself in your shoes. Obviously I can't. But like I've tried so hard to be like, what would this feel like? And when I've seen you jump into our chats here at Hidden True Crime, I think, what would it be like to jump into a YouTube channel's chat where they're talking about your mother? And now the entire world is watching your mother. And I value so much that you're talking about it over on your channel, Colby J. Ryan, because I think it's something that many of us will.
You don't value it. Why are you saying you value it? I think that you're mad he made his own channel.
Really, none of us will be able to understand. Like, this is only you can understand what it would be like. And so thank you for sharing and allowing us to try to, understand too, and help us actually gain a little bit more compassion and empathy for the situation. Your siblings were murdered. Your dad was murdered. Charles.
You're the only one that needs more empathy in this situation. Who are you talking to? We all have had empathy for him, the kids, the families. Are you trying to convince yourself to have some compassion and empathy? Because you don't. Ugh.
And help us actually gain a little bit more compassion and empathy for the situation. Your siblings were murdered. Your dad was murdered, Charles. You referred to him as a father, I believe, your father. Mm-hmm. And your mother is responsible going into her second trial. Your mother's been convicted of murdering your brother, too, your sister.
Hey, Janice.
So thank you for
Janess.
being here. I know that you and John have, I want to share this, like John and Colby have a closer relationship than I do. I watch you, Colby. I admire you. And,
See that? Go back to that text message. John, have you texted Colby yet? Have you texted Colby yet? Do you think he did? No. But she got her way. John and Colby have a closer relationship. John, if he needs anything, John can be a lending ear. Oh, and John would like to adopt you. They're only as close, Jana, as they say they are. Carolina, hello. Dr. Macy, hello.
Being here. I know that you and John have, I want to share this, like John and Colby have a closer relationship than I do. I watch you, Colby. I admire you. And, and I watched your show last night as you were trying to process the new interview with the CBS affiliate in Phoenix, Arizona Family, where Brianna interviewed your mother. Again, you interviewed your mother since her conviction. Keith Morrison has interviewed your mother since her conviction, and now Brianna.
Right.
And
okay, first of all, do you think that Colby Ryan gives a fark about Keith Morrison or any of these names? Like, why is she talking to him about this? And I know that I might seem nitpickety, but damn it, it matters. Your words matter when you're talking to someone such as Colby. And I'm sorry that Colby is the example. I'm sorry that Hidden True Crime made him an example of what you don't do. But why the fuck would he care about that? Absolutely, Jana. They did groom him.
Your mother since her conviction. Keith Morrison has interviewed your mother since her conviction, and now Brianna.
Right.
And just seeing.
Oh, and now Brianna, and you didn't get to interview his mother because you're freaking obsessed with her.
It from your eyes too, it was difficult, and it helped me process it a little bit more too. So I know we'd like to talk about that a bit too and pick your brain, but then also, John's here, a criminal psychologist. If you want to ask him any questions or any questions, feel free. I think this is a conversation among.
Oh yeah, we should have this aired, right? And this is a conversation among friends. So because we didn't get the interview with Lori, we're going to exploit the fuck out of him tonight. That's what you should have said. You should have just opened up with, hey, all these other people got to interview your mom and I didn't. So I have you here instead. And I'm just going to exploit the fuck out of you today, okay? Is that all right with you? I want to pick your brain. Yeah, let's pick your brain instead.
Her conviction, and now Brianna.
Right.
And just seeing it from your eyes too, it was difficult, and it helped me process it a little bit more too. So I know we'd like to talk about that a bit too, and pick your brain. But then also, John's here, a criminal psychologist. If you want to ask him any questions or any questions, feel free. I think this is a conversation among friends. The day before opening statements of your mother's trial. So,
right.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. John, did you have anything you wanted to ask Colby right off the bat as far as this interview goes?
Not specific questions. I think I just want to get his thoughts and feelings about, being on the eve of another trial. And,
Okay, so I just want to point out here, Colby's physical response. He seems anxious. He is, picking at his cuticles. He's chewing his cheeks. He's fidgeting, right? Hey, stay humble. Merry Christmas, honey.
Not specific questions. I think I just want to get his thoughts and feelings about, being on the eve of another trial. And, I did see his show last night where he responded to another interview that Lori did. And I think there's just that alone is a lot to unpack. So, I guess my first question is just, how are you doing, Colby? Are you hanging in there okay?
Yeah. It's a lot to process, right? Remember when they split the Chad and Lori's trial to two different ones. So I knew, oh my
You guys
gosh, we're
couldn't
gonna
see his
do it
hands.
twice.
Sorry.
That just felt like a lot. And then now here we are again. And it just feels like since I was basically 22, it has been going on, and I'm turning 29, this month. So it's a long part of my life. And I think what was really interesting last night is that was the first time I've seen her in really a calm state of mind. This whole time, you guys have heard the phone call we had together when it was just me and her, and she's super confrontational with me. She's telling me you don't know anything. She's completely combative towards me. And then in this last one we did, she love bombed me and tells me, you're the only person that I ever want to tell this stuff to. You're the
Thank you, Selma Blue, for 4 months. She isn't wearing those blue contacts now. Does she wear blue contacts? Belinda Buckner. Hey, thank you for your PayPal over the weekend. Belinda Buckner all thinking about me when I'm not even live. That's so sweet. Thank you so much. And Merry Christmas to you.
only one in the world I'm alive for. And that got me because a part of you is still an inner kid that is hurting for your mom. But then when I sat with that, I went, and we processed it, John, as well, talking about it, how manipulative she is and how manipulative her story is. And so to see her last night the way that she was with Brianna, it was really, it took me off guard because she was so calm. She sounded more like the Lori that I grew up with, right? The one that people knew. And so when I saw her like that, it was really confusing for me because she's sitting there saying, I'm wrongfully convicted of doing what I did, right? And she said,
we got a cooter chat.
Will you approximate how much HTC made from YT, not including supers, from the 9 hours diatribe? I think it was Jolene that made a guess the day after, and I was astonished.
Thank you, B. May. Thank you for your cooter chat. And yes, I will look that up. I think I can find out how much they made in supers. I think you can go on Playboard and look that up. I'll see what I can do.
sounds so calm. Like she was just so calm with that. So I think that really messed me up, to be honest.
Yeah, that was kind of the consistent theme I noticed last night was just you kept saying, is this mental illness? Is this something else? Like I think you were really trying to process what was going on, right? Like, because there has been this theory or this perception that maybe this is mental illness, maybe it's something like schizophrenia or something, right? Or psychosis or something.
So he's just throwing shit out there. Maybe it's schizophrenia. Maybe it's psychosis. Yeah, are you going to listen to these fucknuts talk about Nick Reiner? Come on. Get a grip, Dr. John. Imagine kissing those lips. Look at him. Pucker up, buttercup. Oh, man. What about Sarah Nelson? PR?
Has been this theory or this perception that maybe this is mental illness, maybe it's something like schizophrenia or something, right? Or psychosis or something so severe that she has no contact with reality. But that's not what you saw in that interview.
Right. I think what was even scarier is she's backtracking her beliefs. So I even called it. I said she's going to say she never said zombies, like she told me. Never believed that. And so it's really weird because I can't figure her out at this point. Right. We've talked about
John and
a lot
Lauren
of the pop culture references that she seemed to gravitate towards into her religious beliefs. And so like there's a part of me, I guess, that wants to figure out what is going on inside her head. I don't know why. I don't know why my mind is trying to go down that rabbit hole. But something about me is just trying to see if I can figure out anything that will make sense to me so I can kind of put some closure to that.
I feel so bad for him. Like, you see that picture of him as a kid? And just trying to realize your mom is not who you thought she was and trying to, weed through her bullshit. And then you've got this guy putting all this bullshit in your head, schizophrenic, all this stuff. Like, shut up.
And for her to be now backtracking the zombies thing and everything that she did, and just the worst part last night was her saying it was a domino effect of unfortunate events. And I'm thinking to myself, you caused the unfortunate events. You're
Right.
your main catalyst. None of this would happen. Chad wasn't going to show up in Arizona and kill my family without you, right? So you can blame whoever you want, but you are the mother and you are the main piece to everything. Nothing happens. You're the gatekeeper, and especially to your own children. And so I'm just trying to figure out where she's at with her religious beliefs, and then how she is able to convince herself that she is just sitting in prison and God sent
Cassie, I haven't heard that term since 1994. I am laughing my ass off over here.
her there so she could preach to people in her pod and teach them taekwondo or whatever crap she says she's teaching them, and pray with them and all this stuff. Now she's saying that she was sent to the trenches. So now it's completely not her fault, and this is now part of the plan. But then she told Keith that she's going to break out and be exonerated with Chad. So I can't figure her out, and I think that for some reason I keep reeling on it. And so last night, with her demeanor, with what she said, with her talking about being wrongly convicted, it would just be nice to honestly have her for once just be like, you know what, whatever her reason is, I messed up really badly, and I don't think she owes me an apology, as weird as that sounds. It would just be closure. Be like, okay, that's it. At least you acknowledge it. But to be completely...
He just wants his mother to have some accountability, right? I mean, it's pretty simple. We don't need this guy with his Kool-Aid stained lips over here and his toupee to throw freaking diagnoses out in the air.
Yeah, that we're all crazy and she's not. It's hard.
One thing you sort of mentioned too, watching your reaction to this interview, was you thought this is like the mom you kind of knew more so.
No shit,
than
Lauren.
the mom that you had interviewed a few months ago. I can't remember when the interview was that you did with her.
Right.
You can watch that full interview you did with your mom, by the way, on Colby's YouTube channel, and it's worth it. In fact, everybody, just to thank Colby for being here and what you're doing, please head over and subscribe to Colby's channel, Colby J. Ryan. We'll have a link. Any moderators can continue to share Colby's link. But that was one thing I wanted to actually ask John about too, both you and John. Was that hard though, Colby, seeing like a mother you knew before she was a convicted murderer?
Oh, no, it wasn't hard at all, Lauren. What do you think? Was it hard for you when your fucking dad was a convicted felon? Let's ask you that. Lauren, will you sit down with an interview with me so I can ask you all these intrusive questions about your dad and your personal life and stuff? It's fair game, right? Looks like a toupee to me. The colors don't match. What is it? What do they say? The rug doesn't match the carpet? How, did that bother you? Let's interview you, Lauren.
That was one thing I wanted to actually ask John about too, both you and John. Was that hard though, Colby, seeing like a mother you knew before she was a convicted murderer?
Yeah, I mean, it struck a chord for me because now she's starting to sound like the person I knew. So I'm like, oh, you're still in there a little bit, not a lot, but there's a part of you that exists inside the monster that's been created. So I think that was always, at first I was fishing for that for years. I'm like, is there anything left, or is she crazy out of her mind gone and that Lori's gone? When she sat there and said, I do hair, she sat there and said that she's a instructor. I'm like, oh, you're pulling real events. So there's a part of you that's conscious enough to remember reality. So then it just becomes even more confusing. Now I'm thinking to myself, you're pulling out of your religious beliefs. You're remembering, you're talking like this is prior to all of this happening, that nothing's ever changed, that you love everybody and you're still the Disneyland mom. And so that's why last night I just thought to myself, you're actually even more crazy. It actually scared me more that you are this, you're literally two-faced to like I mean, if you're looking this side, it's completely different than the other. So I think that's when what really hurt, I guess, last night was to see her in some type of normal form, because I was wondering if that existed still.
Hey, access denied.
Any thoughts on that, John? Because I'm confused.
Look, there's Kylie. She says master manipulator. Kylie was there then. Shout out to Kylie.
I think Colby alluded to it last night when he talked about that Keith was different, that her demeanor was different, and I think some of that has to do, and her demeanor was different with you, Colby, when you did your interview. I think it was because you guys were a little more confrontational.
Yeah, you
guys were much more direct. I think you guys were not interested in the lies and the BS, right? It seemed like you guys wanted answers, and So I think it was just a different interview approach. I think.
No, it totally looks like a toupee to me. No one cares what you think. We just want to know if you're wearing a toupee. Look at Colby. He's like, this is fucking over yet. You can tell. Look at the side. Look at the hair on the side. It looks like Gypsy Rose's mom. I swear the sides are not the same color as the top, so. I think it's a toupee. I think it's a hairpiece. Fight me. Sue me. I don't give a shit. Just like she wears extensions, he probably wears a fucking rug on his head.
Could you just say and spell your name?
Yeah. Whoops.
Julie Rowe.
How did that just happen?
Overfeeding. Like I could easily tell you how much I overate. I had zero limit.
Hold on.
Merry
A lot of
Christmas,
it,
Jay.
because she was
Looking forward to 2026 with Cooterville Heart.
Snazzy, thank you so much for your generous Cooter chat. She said, Merry Christmas and looking forward to 2026 with Cooterville. Thank you so much. That's so generous of you. Merry Christmas to you and yours.
And when Santa squeezes his fat white ass down that chimney tonight, he's gonna find the jolliest bunch of assholes this side of the nut house.
Yeah, you can see how much lighter the sides are. It's like plopped on top. Hello, Harley Quinn. Good to see you. Thank you again, Snazzy.
sit there. So what's interesting is she's wanted a platform for a while. I think the Dateline thing, she had been in contact with them. I think they even said it for a long time. So in her, let's use her analogy. In her mind, okay, she's wanted to tell the story of Tylee for some reason. Don't know why this
Spill
is
the
so
crime.
significant, but for some reason it's all about Tylee. Tylee is the main piece to all of this. Every time you ask her questions about what's happened, it's not about Charles or JJ or anybody else about Chad. It's about Tylee, and I can't figure that out. So to watch her have that conversation and just float around and try to say I'm this heart playing angel that loves everybody and I'm still the same. I love my kids. It's really crazy because without that structure of the interviewer stopping her and asking hard questions, that's what I guess she wants to talk about. I think she just wants a platform to ramble. And then she also wants to say, I'm protecting Tylee's name. This is what she told me directly. She's protecting Tylee's name and she's going to stay in prison for the rest of her life to do so. And that she is going to, and it's all wrong. So to me, it's like, okay, so if that is the truth, if this is all Tylee's fault, then why don't you just shut up and take it? Why are you even complaining? You can't have it both ways. And that's what makes her so, she's a split house and she doesn't know what she thinks or believes, but I can't figure out if that's the mental illness or if that's just because she's all over the place and obviously is lying to herself. So she doesn't know how to keep anything straight. But that interview to me just showed that she just wants to ramble. And I think now she knows people want to hear her talk. So maybe it's just attractive to her to know, hey, people want to hear from me. So maybe there's a sense of being wanted in such a lonely position. That's the only thing I can conclude from that. I don't know.
I have so many questions and we're actually getting so many good questions on chat too. I want to share. Well, first off, I just want to point this comment out, put a pin in this because I think Jody Hildebrandt said that she could not wait.
Jody Hildebrandt. She's got to bring that into it. Look at Colby. He's like, fuck, what? Fuck, do we have to go there? Look at John. He's like, dude, I used to work with her. Don't fucking talk about her. Don't bring that up. Do you guys think that he knew Jody Hildebrandt? She said he went to training with her. Do you think the relationship was more than just one training session? Look at his face. Why are you talking about Jody? Fuck you talking about her for? Look at him. His nose is even crinkled up. Pines, get out of my brain, girl. Get out of my brain. Watch.
So many questions and we're actually getting so many good questions on chat too. I want to share. Well, first off, I just want to point this comment out, put a pin in this because I think Jody Hildebrandt said that she could not wait to preach the gospel to prisoners in the Utah State Prison. I wonder how that's going for her. Sort of similar. And I know that there are a lot of similarities between.
A lot.
John looks very uncomfortable with the mention of Jody Hildebrandt.
Those two cases, and you've seen this too.
Oh, did you see that, Pines? Jay, that's the illegal part. You have the receipt. What? Access denied. What are you talking about? Did you see that hard ass swallow? Wow. You don't like that. He looks like an old lady. All right, we're going to watch that at normal speed. Watch just John. Okay, this is telling. Just watch him.
Said that she could not wait to preach the gospel to prisoners in the Utah State Prison. I wonder how that's going for her. Sort of similar, and I know that there are a lot of similarities between those two cases, and you've seen this too, right, Colby? Like you've seen these bizarre similarities. So that's interesting. Question for John.
Why did she even read that? I think she did that to make him uncomfortable. Because she can't interrupt him. Maybe that's how she pulls her weight. You know what I mean? Like puts him in his place. Yeah, I'm not all about religion. I don't give a fuck what religion he is. I'm talking about the psychology, the therapy, strive, etc. That stuff. I think she does that to keep him in his damn place. Lindsay. They're okay. Yes, Jay, because remember the text about Kresha that mentioned Jordan and McKay? Jordan is a social worker in Utah, and they were on Mormon Stories episode about Jody Hildebrandt. I think that's why we can't find much of John online, because it's scrubbed, because he's like spotted in videos from those workshops. Check my message above too. They both worked with porn addicts.
Because we're talking about Brianna's interview, do you think that her behavior was different because it was a woman interviewing her? Well, this is a question for both you and Colby. Or was she just practicing calm for court?
I mean, I think the fact that, Brianna was female probably didn't hurt. I think she was maybe less threatened by that. I think to have Colby and Keith Morrison kind of getting in her face a bit, right, and wanting direct answers, I think she was feeling threatened. As Colby just pointed out, she says in this interview later, she tells us exactly why she's representing herself. She says, quote, "I'm there to tell the truth." Right? She wants to, like Colby just said, she wants to get her version of events out. And she believes her lawyers in Idaho didn't do that. So now here she's going to, because she has the floor and people have to listen to her, she's going to give you, apparently, she thinks she's going to give you her version of the truth, which she thinks is the truth. And part of the problem with Keith and Colby's interviews was they didn't accept that version of the truth. And so, I think that's one of the reasons she was so combative, because she in her mind's eye, she wants to tell the truth, and people aren't letting her do that. And Colby didn't accept it. Keith Morrison didn't accept it. This interviewer was more willing to accept it, I think, except, her attorney sitting there wouldn't let her explain what she meant by family tragedy or the domino effect of tragedies. I mean, we kind of know what she means based on her previous interviews with Colby, but I think this is about her. Obviously, this isn't about getting an acquittal, because it's not going to change the outcome. It's not going to change the fact that she's going to spend the rest of her life in prison. This is about her having a platform to give her version of events, which she wants all of us to believe, including Keith Morrison, right? I think that's one of the reasons she was so upset with him, because Keith kept pushing back. He's like, no, right? He's like, no, that didn't happen. Right? And Colby did a version of that too. He's like, really? You're going to go after Tylee?
Yeah. Well, I think you guys remember that part.
Hey, Caroline, I
real
missed
quick,
you guys too.
When Keith said, he didn't even say anything. And she said, "So you're going to sit there and shake your head and say no, like you don't believe me?" And I'm like, that's really hostile for someone that didn't even speak anything. So I think why it worked so well last night, and this is not against Brianna, because I don't know her interview style, but she didn't give her that push. She didn't try to direct her. She just asked some really soft questions and kind of wanted to let her talk like a normal human. And I think that made her more comfortable. So she doesn't want to answer those questions. She wants to tell you what you don't know from her perspective and have you just eat it and believe it. and there's no room for anything else. There's no evidence against her. There's no case against her. This is all an attack on her life from Satan. This is all Satan's fault, and it's not her fault at all. And she did nothing wrong, and she's a victim. So it's interesting to me to watch her turn the table now to, oh, now I'm going to help these other people because they're victims too. Apparently everybody in there's a victim to wrongful things happening around them. It's all so coincidental that everybody else that she's friends with now shares the same burden as her, where they're all being blamed for something that didn't happen. So
yes,
what can you do with that?
She's always a victim. I want to talk about that, but let me just say my thought though about the interviewer. I think with Colby, actually, I don't think Colby was in Lori's face. I actually think you did a really good job listening to Lori when you interviewed her. And Keith Morrison definitely pushed at the end. I mean, you maybe pushed a little bit more at the end, Colby, because like you couldn't believe what she was saying. But I'm going to point out something too. Lori wanted something from you, Colby. Lori wanted validation from you. She wanted you back in her life when you were interviewing her. She said things like, it has hurt to lose you. I deserve to be in my, grandchildren's lives. She kind of implied those things. Right. I felt like to kind of manipulate you to get you back into her life. I think she wanted something with Keith. I think she wanted to be on Dateline. She wanted to know, I believe that they were talking for months and months. She was probably pushing for certain things. I think what she wanted from Brianna, maybe she went in just thinking, what I want from this is to look like a peacemaker and to look like a victim, to look passive. And so I think that Lori acts how she wants because she always wants something from somebody, including the people that are interviewing.
Sounds really close to home for her.
And then that goes back to always being a victim. Like she is, you're right, Colby, she is always the victim. No, that's like one thing that remains the same with Lori, is she is always the victim. And I was curious, John, like, are most criminals you interview always the victims, or like what is that?
I think victimization is often a common feature among people with personality disorders. Since I didn't interview Lori or test her, or, I don't have any relationship with her. I can't obviously speculate about diagnoses, but I can say that.
Oh, but you can speculate about diagnoses for Christina? And didn't you just, 10 minutes ago say she could be schizophrenic or sociopathic, but now all of a sudden you got ethics? Jay, there's also a Mormon Stories episode that review Keith's Dateline interview. Lauren and Megan are in it. Lauren was bothered. Keith made it seem like he and Lori were friends. She said she's like, I don't understand that.
Judge Boyd.
Oh, yeah, Richard Allen, too.
Since I didn't interview Lori or test her, or, I don't have any relationship with her, I can't obviously speculate about diagnoses, but I can say that Judge Boyce in Idaho did present some of her diagnoses. And one of them was that she had multiple personality disorders. He didn't articulate what they were, but I think, especially in cluster B, there is a tendency oftentimes for certain personality disorders to step into that victim role quite easily. Narcissistic.
Why is Lauren breathing so heavily during this? Her breathing is really profound during this.
Narcissistic personality disorder would be one of those. Although psychopathy, or the classic psychopath, is not technically a diagnosis in the DSM. It is something that
DSM? What the fuck is he even talking about? Something on the DSM? Why is he like this? What if I did my lives like this? Hey guys, what's happening? What's going on down there? What the fuck is he looking at? What's he doing?
Psychologists assess for, this victim stance is quite common among psychopaths because they think they're right about everything, as do narcissists. That there's
He's describing her. That's why she's hyperventilating.
No room for being wrong. There's no margin of error. There's no mistakes. There's no learning. There's no empathy, right?
Whoa! Is she going to have a fucking panic attack?
Among psychopaths, because they think they're right about everything, as do narcissists, that there's no room for being wrong. There's no margin of error. There's no mistakes. There's no learning. There's no empathy, right? When you put yourself in a position where you're never wrong and your version of the truth is correct, then you're really opening the door for this victim role. Because where else is there to go? You're not taking responsibility.
I'll just add real quick too. I think you're exactly right. I think what I'm wondering is there's a craving. There always was a craving there for that stardom. I think she wanted to feel special, and I think that the victim role maybe somewhat gives her this idea that people care so much. And I think she's searching so hard. You said, I think in our interview too, Johnny, and I'm sure you said it again, but that she's trying to.
Whoa. What did he just call him? Did he just say Johnny? Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Did I hear that right?
Searching so hard. You said, I think in our interview too, Johnny, and I'm.
Yeah, he did. Called him Johnny. Here's Johnny. Are they that close? Like, were they that close? Like, are we not getting the gist of it?
Think that the victim role maybe somewhat gives her this idea that people care so much. And I think she's searching so hard. You said, I think in our interview too, Johnny, and I'm sure you said it again, but
I've never heard him called Johnny ever. You can just call me Johnny. Hey, you can just call me Johnny. Here's Johnny. Yeah, Johnny. Look at Lauren. Yep. You heard it. You heard it live on YouTube. He said Johnny. Yep. We got the scoop. Caw-caw, caw-caw, caw-caw.
he somewhat gives her this idea that people care so much. And I think she's searching so hard. You said, I think in our interview too, Johnny, and I'm sure you said it again, but that she's trying to fill that void. And I think that her way to do that right now is to say, you don't know me. You have no idea who I am. I'm misunderstood, but I'm not going to tell you why I'm misunderstood because I don't really know what's going on. But I know that everybody's talking about me. Like she can't, figure it out. And so the victim role in her mind is to gain more empathy because she feels the loneliness. And one thing I'll say, Brianna did say that I thought was interesting was talking about what is your relationship like with Chad? That was something that I wondered too, because like there's no relationship. Like it's as good as it can be. What does that even mean? You're still married to him. He's not married to you. He ditched. So he's gone in his way. So I don't know. She wants some people to feel bad for her and to coddle her. And I'm wondering what wound opened that door in her life to get her to this level where now she is the ultimate victim. And it's not Tylee, it's not JJ, it's not Charles, it's not Tammy, it's her. She's the one that is suffering. And she's doing it though for a good purpose. Yeah. That's what's really, really getting to me.
Did you see that, by the way? Did she adopt this victim role when you were growing up? Or is this more pronounced now?
I think she created chaos in our lives because she didn't know how to be calm. I think that she obviously had a lot of wounds from an early point in her life. And by the time she had me, she started to treat me more like a support and crutch. Mm-hmm. But she had to create chaos in her own life because she couldn't have a normal life. And I think that chaos probably fed into her drama, the need for attention, the need of victim mentality. Like even with everything that happened in my childhood, she would always run around telling everybody and gain sympathy from them for her as a mother. Yes. And I would ask her when I got to a teenager, I'm like, can you stop telling everybody you've met about everything that's happened in my life personally? Like that would be really nice. Stop. Everybody knows everything about me before I even have ever met them myself. So there's a part of her that just craves something, whether you want to call it the spotlight or drama or something that needs, regardless, it's attention. She wants someone's attention. And what was interesting to me, I remember being a kid and her going to Wheel of Fortune. I remember her, I think she always wanted something there. There was something about her that says, I'm better than this. And so I don't know how it got to this level, but it definitely existed in some form before all of this started.
Blue Jay, I can get down with that. Blue Jay said they never seem to really listen to understand. They listen to respond. And that is what it seems like. That's a good way to put it.
Colby, I'm going to share something that I noticed about you that I've never shared. So I've been following this case since your
it's about
brother
me.
and sister were missing, before we had found them. And I remember actually, so I was following all the media, and it was December 2019. I don't remember when you did this YouTube live. I think it was probably the end of December 2019. But you got on. Do you remember this? A live to plead with your mother.
This?
You said, "I don't know where you are, Mom." Okay, so I recognize something from back then.
So I recognize something that I want to tell you. So back to me.
I haven't seen it since then. But you were trying to ask your mother to tell you where the kids were while also apologizing to her. I could tell you walked on eggshells with her from that moment. You would say, "Mom, where are the kids? But Mom, I'm not blaming you for anything. Mom, I'm not blaming you. You're a great mom. Tell us where the kids are. But don't worry." I could see the eggshells that you walked on your entire life. So when you say she's always been the victim or she causes chaos, just so you know, the first time I ever saw you, I was like, oh, this is her son walked on eggshells with her. So just, I saw that from the very first time I ever saw you.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
I mean, you're exactly right. And that's something I just learned. And I think it's crazy because sometimes we'll do our lives and I'm like realizing really to full effect now as a man, the way that I acted with her. I apologized all the time. I constantly apologized because her reactions were so over the top over everything. And so I
almost keep like screwing up and thinking that he's talking about Lauren and not Lori.
I learned to be a version of the most passive, don't ask for your needs, don't upset her. Always make sure she feels special. And I always felt guilty because all I ever heard is she's such a great mother and she protected you in court and she's buying you all this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't care about any of that as a kid. A kid would rather live in a cardboard box with their family and feel loved than have everything in the world. And I didn't realize the traumatic relationship I had with her. And I didn't realize that I was her support. And I would come to her and say, hey, I'm really struggling with this. And she would flip her lid. Now I'm supporting her because she's upset about the situation that I'm in. So no longer do my feelings exist. And now I am now coddling her. And so we had a really unhealthy relationship.
Were they separated?
And it's really unfortunate because it caused so much passiveness in my own life and that frustration and anger that comes with never feeling heard. And you just feel like, am I crazy? And I experienced this last night with that reaction. I'm like, am I crazy? Like maybe she is nice. No, and it's exactly the way I used to do it. It's rationalizing and making her better than she is and not accepting the fact that she's flawed because I love her. And so that was always the battle. And that's a really great insight, by the way, because it's still taking me time to get over just that.
Look at this. I'm going to put my little pointer on something. Look. You know what comes to mind when I see this little flap? It's like a little turkey flap.
Aspect of our relationship personally, that I am not her. I used to serve her, right? Like I used to be more of a servant because I always wanted to please her. I always wanted to, that's wild. I used to literally do everything I could, like fetch her the drink and just do every little thing to make sure she never got upset. I think that was my whole goal in life is don't upset your mom. She's done everything for you. She takes care of you and don't ever
They just want to interject.
And what comes with that is a lot of guilt all the time. If you ever do anything wrong or step out of bounds, you always feel guilty, like you did something wrong. And if I upset her, then I always am apologizing all day, all the time, telling her what a great mother she is, reinforcing the fact that she's done everything she can. And it's just almost like a form of conditioning. And I think that's why it's kind of a big break right now, is to realize all that stuff from my childhood that's just personal to me that I have to deal with on top of everything else that's going on.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you've come a long ways. So I know.
Yeah. That's all she has to say. Yeah. Yeah. Bet you're walking on eggshells with your mom, huh? Yeah.
Well, you've come a long ways. I noticed that from the moment 2019. I was like, oh.
I noticed that from the moment 2019. I was like, oh. Huh? You didn't listen to a word he said. She did not hear a word he said. So this is how fake she is. He's literally talking about his personal his personal things that he has to deal with.
What else is going on?
Yeah. Well, you've come a long ways. Yeah. So yeah, I noticed that from the moment 2019. I was like, oh,
save her, John.
I
like,
recognize when people walk on eggshells.
I recognize when people walk on eggshells. I think that was a little slam towards this flabby flab over here.
And I noticed that, I noticed her do that with Brianna yesterday too. And Brianna directly actually said to her in the interview, you can get, what was the word she used? Pushy or snappy.
Snappy.
And she sort of did some gaslighting a little bit, or that's not true. I'm a peacemaker. I'm kind. I'm wonderful. And Brianna did back down a little bit after that. Like, and that's just like a subtle example. And she was being nice last night, right? Or not last night, whenever this interview was done, she was being nice.
Right.
And yet, hey, you are snappy. No, I'm not. I'm a peacemaker. And then it's like, oh, okay. It's just, that's one little subtle example.
Where she could have said, well, she could have said, well, that's not what we're seeing in court. Right. Like she could have pushed back a little. And I don't want to be critical of Brianna, by the way. Like she
really, look at his chompers. She clearly spends all the money on her improvements, but he is lacking improvements there. You guys wondered, you wanted to know, does he have teeth? There you go. Oh, does he have teeth? Does Miss Doubtfire have a wig? Come on, people. He's always reading. No original thought comes from this head. It's always reading. I'm going to refer back to 1952, this book on psychology and Freud and Freudian analogies.
I think her purpose was to get in there. She had 30 minutes, which is no time whatsoever. She just wanted to get information. She wanted to get sound bites, right? She just wanted to know a little bit more about Lori. Like, I think she did a good job given the situation.
Yeah.
Oh, Lauren, I could have done better.
Well, I think you have to look at Lori. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that's an example of how during the interview that, during any interview, you have a choice to sort of go along and, not react or to push back a little. And that was a moment where she could have pushed back. She could have said, well, I'm not seeing that in court. I'm seeing some anger. I'm seeing some, combative behavior.
And?
Yeah, exactly. I think that you have to look at Lori as one of those, you ever been to the zoo and seen one of those little frogs that look so tiny and they're just beautiful color, but they're extremely poisonous. You can't touch them. It's kind of that type of thing where it's like they present no.
Yeah, it kind of looks like Lauren's shirt. Now, why is that so funny, Lauren? Is that because you're that little poisonous toad in the courtrooms? Merry Christmas Eve, everyone. Thank you. Merry Christmas Eve.
Threat to you immediately, but if you touch it, you're dead. So it's scary because those are the most scary thing. I'm being serious. Like it's
I know
scary
you're being serious. It's such a good analogy.
Right.
It's such a good analogy.
But it's
I'm
so
laughing.
true. It's so true. Because she's not coming out with her teeth up front. She's passive. She's quietly manipulative. She makes you feel bad. She makes you back down. And she's not dominant, but she is. But it's not up front. It's so interwoven in the language. And so you don't feel the immediate effect. You just start realizing you're dying because you dealt with the frog. So she's really good at that. And so that's why I think people like, even again, not to go against Brianna, but the same exact thing is that she doesn't look threatening. Even Keith was like, I kind of enjoyed some of the conversation because it doesn't feel like it, like some of it is pleasant. And I'm like, yeah, because she's gonna pull you in and kill you like a Venus flytrap. Like you don't know when the snap's gonna come. I've just had so much experience that I think that's why I share my point of view, because I know when she's cooking up and then that fuse blows really quickly. But then she'll come back to you and tell you how loving she is and non-confrontational. Do you see her in the way she talks to that judge? The way she disrespects everybody around her and everything. So it's really weird to watch from this point where now everybody gets to see this, but it also validates a lot because now everybody's like, oh, I see what you're saying. I'm like, oh, so I'm not nuts. That's kind of nice.
Shauna,
I always felt like I was always wrong all the time. That I was the worst son.
Shauna, that I don't know. I didn't watch their podcast, so I don't know.
That I always did, I could have been better in this and done this and whatever the case is, but really I was just trying to please someone that I didn't need to. But you know.
So talk about that for a minute. So you're suggesting that the way she treats the judge strikes a familiar chord for you growing up. That's how you felt.
You want to know what's actually more messed up? She treats the judge more like she.
There's McSpunky. It's time to get funky. I won't torture you with the song, but there's McSpunky.
Treated Charles.
Mm-hmm.
That's how she treats the judge. She was blatantly disrespectful to Charles in front of our entire family and belittled him in front of our functions. And I literally would pull her to the side and say, "You've got to chill out." She goes, "Was I being mean?" I'm like, "No, you weren't being mean. You were ruthless. You talked in front of our entire family, and you called him an idiot, and you literally made him probably feel like an ant in front of your entire family on your side." So I think that there is and I'll just say it like this: the Jezebel idea of a dominant woman that gets men to fall over her for some reason. That's kind of the idea to it. Is if you don't fall under her spell, then now she's going to destroy you. So it's like you either love her or you get destroyed, right? And I think that she's taking the way she talks to that judge reminds me of that. Then the disrespect, and I mean, obviously she's off a rocker with how many times she repeats and asks the same question. Like when they were talking about the IP address, I felt like I was going to faint because I couldn't believe how many times he said, "I told you 5 times." And she's like, "How is he doing it wrong?" I'm like, I'm going to end the live here. Thanks guys. Have a great night. But no, it really is one of those situations where it mostly of anything reminds me of how she treated Charles. And so it makes me think of, does she have a disdain for men, but also know she can manipulate men? And so I've played with the scenario and what's going on inside her mind for a long time.
It sounds like he's describing Lauren.
Time, but that's probably the thing I noticed the most.
Well, so put yourself in that family situation. Like if that's how she treated Charles, how did you feel about that? About, how did that affect you in terms of watching that type of interaction with your dad?
Yeah, it was weird because he wasn't there a lot, right? He was out of town a lot. But when he was there, there was just I didn't realize this till later. I left the house at 17. And I didn't realize, I thought I was trying to chase my dreams. I was trying to get out. The dynamic between Charles, Lori, and Tylee, and then JJ, and just the dysfunction across the board, and the fighting and the bickering, and it was just unpleasant all the time. And it sounds really selfish that I tried to leave, but I didn't realize that I was doing that, because I would leave and then come back, and then I would get back and I would feel so depressed. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, it's probably because you think you failed your dream. And it's like, no, the environment is horrible here. And I didn't realize what is isolated, how much I isolated myself. Like I was always in my room and away, and just realized, like, just as of late, that it was a horrible place to be. And our house was not a home, and it was messy, and there was just fighting. And I think I just needed to get out of that, but I didn't realize that. So it's really weird because I'm learning that now, later in my life, but by watching her do it to other people in public. It's wild. It's hard to put into context what it's like, but it makes me realize as I get older and have my own marriage dynamic and my own kids, and you start thinking about how you want to present yourself and how you want your kids to learn. I'm thinking to myself,
he is smarter than
never
John.
do 95% of what my mom did, and the way
So believe it or not, the amount of respect that these people have for Colby, if we take what he said to heart, he's saying, I don't have nothing to do with them anymore. They delete the live that was 2 days before the 9 hour, but they still have other ones up. I think managing moderators do. I'm not sure. Hey, Wake and Bake, thank you for your super chat. Merry Christmas, Jay and Cooters. Y'all stay safe. Smack that like for Jay. Thank you, Wake and Bake. Merry Christmas to you, too.
she handles situations, I would never do it. So I think that's probably the biggest eye opener, from that whole family dynamic, is how to do it differently.
Yeah. Sometimes those are the best things to learn during our childhood, is how to do things differently. So,
yeah.
And actually,
Yeah, exactly.
I don't, according to John, not everyone learns that, right, John? So
most people don't learn that. It's hard to learn that. That's why the cycle of abuse or violence or dysfunction in families continues, because people don't learn that and they just repeat it.
I was talking to Kelsey about that. Yeah, and you said it. You and I talked about it, John, a little bit. But you said that like I'm concerned for you. I think about you in that way, like a chain breaking way, because of all the trauma and all those things. I just keep thinking to myself. I told Kelsey this other day. I said it feels like I have to crawl on glass so my kids can walk in the meadow. Meaning I need to break the chains for everybody else, and if that's the sacrifice, it's worth it because I don't have to repeat anything she did. And no matter how much I'm hurt, that doesn't mean it's fair for me to say, well, I'm a hurt person, so F everybody, and I'm going to take all my stuff out on everybody else. And I just wish more people could see that because, again, if my mom was hurt and hurt people, she could have made that decision too. So I think it is tough because it's hard for me to feel, I guess the word sorry for her, because it's a choice. You make choices and you keep making them over and over and over, and they keep leading you where you go, but you can always make a different choice at the next fork. But what's unfortunate to see is that she took all of that, whatever trauma she did have in her life, and kept going the wrong way over and over at every opportunity.
Yeah. So well said. Many people saying, yeah, you are the cycle breaker. Breaking generational chains. You've got this, Colby. A real Jedi, says Edamame.
Oh, that's too kind. That's too nice for me.
No, it's not.
Oh, that's funny.
I want to weigh in on the chaos idea just quickly. Also, I want to amplify this idea.
Okay, so I want to read this. Lindsay says, this video is April 6th. Lori's Arizona trial started April 7th. April 9th is when shit hit the fan. Christina confronts her. Mentioned in TikTok and 9 Hour Live. Lauren issued 2 C&Ds, 1 to Stephanie, 1 to Lindsay. Your timeline is pinned.
Of how important it is that chaos does a couple of things. Number one,
he wants to amplify this. Okay. Of course you do. It's not complete until someone's fucking crying, right? You haven't reached the peak. Bo Bear, thank you for your $9.99 super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you and Merry Christmas.
it disrupts and it puts people on tilt. It puts people off balance. And because of that, it gives the person creating chaos power. Right? So creating chaos is really about exerting power because you're throwing people off balance and then you're stepping into that void and you're taking control. And the other thing chaos does, if you create chaos all the time, you're redirecting attention on you. The creator of that chaos is not only exerting power, but they're also seeking unlimited attention. And that's why you see.
Okay, so Janice just corrected me. Lindsay's C&D was April 11th and Colette and Stephanie's were April 9th. This video is April 6th. And then I think the other one that we're going to watch where they're on with Colby is the 12th. So that would have been the day after the Lindsay C&D.
Someone like your mother create chaos perpetually because it gives them power, it throws others off balance, and it provides this potentially, I'm not diagnosing here, but this
But you know what, Leanne, even if he did go on there for followers, more power to him. They made tons of money off his family, his pain, his tragedy, and his losses. The least they can do is throw him subs.
narcissistic supply or this constant source of attention, right? And I think it sounds like that applies to your mother.
I think that's a good point. I think another great example, and this goes exactly what you just said, she's always kept herself in really great shape, but I was a really out of shape kid. Tylee was out of shape, and then JJ got out of shape, but she was the one feeding us, but yet she was shredded and in great, perfect health. Yeah. And Kelsey's the one that brought this up, so don't give me the credit here, but she's like, isn't it wild that the person who is feeding you and giving you the McDonald's and doing all this stuff constantly is the one who gets to stay in perfect shape, and you kind of look at it from a power dynamic. Yeah. And I'm like, I never thought of it that way. You know what I mean? I just thought that we were just, you don't think of things like that. And so it really does become that it's a secret power. It's not someone who comes up to you and is forcing you to do something. It's always off balance. Like you just said, it's always shifting. And
just confirmed it was April 12th. They actually went on his podcast. They went on his podcast on April 12th.
And there was a part of her she lit fires and loved to see things burn. And so it's hard to realize that, though, that was really the truth, because I always looked at my mom as such a rock, and I always believed that she was such a fighter and was a single mom for a while and just tried to do everything she could to provide for us. And I just gave her so much credit. So I have to like backtrack to that time and say, wait, hold up, what the frick were you doing back then? Like what no matter what our situation was, you kept making it worse on purpose. There was a point where you were the only one in charge and you kept putting us in bad situations just so you could be a victim again. And so I think that's a hard reality to face as an adult. How messed up other parts of our lives really were that I didn't realize as a kid.
That was a lot of insight, and John, you probably have something to say. So, did you have something? And then I have a question for you.
Well, I think children are focused on survival, and they don't really, they're not in a position to challenge their parents. They're not in a position to observe or to understand what their parents are doing, right? And so, I think that's what makes it so difficult. Is you're in the fishbowl with the fish, and you don't know that the fish, like you to use your analogy, you don't know that the frog's poisonous. You don't know that the fish are poisonous. You're just trying to survive, and you just trust that the fish are going to take care of it.
Irish Jen. I'm a mod for Colby. I can say his reasons for going on any channel or media is to have his own voice in the narrative. Thank you. And if he gets subs thrown at him, good. He deserves them. His story needs to be heard. No one should be shaming Colby or calling Colby a grifter. I had a couple people in my comment section saying he's grifted too. He's milking it too. How can you say that? That was his family. If he wants to talk about it every day for the rest of his life, he has the right to do that more than any of us. If anything, we should all be X'd out. He's got more of a right to talk about it than I do. That's weird. How the hell could he ever grift off something that affected him personally? I don't understand that. That's weird to me.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, you don't think about it.
It's only later that I think once we recognize the wounds and the pain and we get a little bit older that we can observe.
No, we weren't bashing him. We were talking about a not so savory event that happened after the murders when his wife called the police and had him arrested. And he was arrested for what he admitted to doing. But we're not focusing on that today. Okay? That has nothing to do with what we're focusing on today.
That, hey, you know what? Maybe
we covered that. We talked about it. Now that's done. You know what I'm saying? Like,
this happened to me too. Maybe my parents aren't who I thought they were, right? Maybe this ideal of these really healthy parents is not exactly what I got.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to ask. Yeah, I want to ask a little bit more about how Lori fed you guys, and maybe this is actually a question for John because you explained it really well, Colby. And you said she's the one feeding us, yet she was so in shape and she was so fit. And we've heard some from friends that she had a body dysmorphia almost. She was always worried about looking a certain way. She was Mrs. Texas.
Right.
And I've heard that from other people too, just so you know that there was always junk food in your house and that really like Kylie only had options to almost just eat a certain way she did or whatever the case may be. And so I guess my question is for John, what is that about? Like someone that cares so much about looking a certain way, thus feeding those that she should protect and love the most junk food and not helping them with their health.
It's about control. And it's about, it gives her control. It's about power and control. It gives her the ability to
profound.
Keep them in their place. And
can you imagine what Keith Morrison thought of this guy's word salad? I bet he had some choice words in the green room.
Them as being unhealthy when in fact she's the one driving it. right? It's a way for her not to take responsibility. I mean, the irony is that a healthy person that's eating well and in shape and staying healthy wants their children to be healthy. They're not right. They're not gonna feed them all this junk food so that they're unhealthy. I mean, in a way, it's a measurement of her mental health. It's a reflection of her lack of mental health. Because the very thing she's doing for herself, she's incapable of doing for her children. Just like Colby said earlier, like a parent's responsibility in many ways is to promote the health, mental and physical health of their children. And what Lori did was she reversed that dynamic and made Colby attend to her. He had Colby was in the parental role, attending to her emotional needs, not the opposite. And that's that's not a healthy dynamic. It's an extreme.
I mean, how old was Lori when he was born? Fucking 18? Right. I mean, fuck is he worried, right? Karen?
Unhealthy dynamic.
Yeah. I like what Krista says. This is me. Krista said, I feed my kids junk food, but I'm right there eating it with them.
Right. Which, that's fine.
I'm not the best. Yeah, no, trust me. I'm not saying I'm perfect.
No, of course not.
Well,
and the thing is, we're
junk food sometimes.
Yeah. And that happens. And the thing is, it's not about the perfection, but when you are that obsessed with yourself and then you're like literally overfeeding, like I could easily tell you how much I overate. I had zero limit, right? There wasn't, no, that's too many. Like, no, I could just pop and eat and do whatever I wanted that was available. And I think that you're so emotional and you're just a kid. You don't know. You don't have a limit in your brain. You're like, oh yeah, no, that's too much Lucky Charms. It's like, no, give me 6 more bowls, just the marshmallows. Like, I don't want anything other than that. So you're at a point with yourself where it's really weird just because now that I'm a parent and my kids are growing up and I think about their well-being and I think about becoming a better version of myself so they get the best version and all the things and the hoops and all the sacrifices and things you want to do for your kids. I don't see that with her. The only thing I really give her credit for is at least giving us the basics, right? And she did make it fun for us, but I almost used all of those good things to completely cover all the other stuff up and just say, no, she was a good mom. And it was almost like a repeat idea. Like, no, she was a great mom. She was a great mom. And I'm like, now everybody else is saying that. So it must be true. Like when this all first started, it's like everybody's saying, oh no, she was once a great mom. And I'm like, I don't know. What do you define as a great mom? I don't know. No one's perfect, but I wouldn't do a lot of the stuff my mom did for my kids or to my kids or put them in an emotional position to hold me up. That's not their job. That's not in any way, shape, or form should they ever feel responsible for my emotions.
Boom. How do you like hearing that out of Colby's mouth, Lauren? Kids got more insight than you, and I don't mean, hold on. He's got more insight than her, and I don't mean any disrespect calling him a kid. To me, he's a kid. He's the same age as my kids. But for Lauren to say that her son is, worried about her coming back alive, he can't sleep, he can't eat, he can't study, he can't do anything. And here is Colby with trauma brain insight like a mofo. You don't do that to your kids. I think the zipper got stuck in the skin. Robin. I think he zipped it up and I think that it's stuck and it probably hurts. So he's probably holding back the fucking tears of pain. But listen.
I wouldn't do a lot of the stuff my mom did for my kids or to my kids or put them in an emotional position to hold me up. That's not their job. That's not in any way, shape, or form should they ever feel responsible for my emotions and feel that they need to support me through life. That is not healthy, like John said. So,
okay, so John, you said it. Why are you allowing this to go on in your professional life opinion? Right?
You guys have me out here doing breakthroughs and therapy right now. My goodness gracious.
You really did break through. He really is more insightful than these two put together. I think that Lauren and John have zero insight. He's got books. She's just staring at the chat, and when she randomly smiles, it's because someone told her how fucking pretty she looks. It's all it's about for these people. Money and appearance.
I don't know. Maybe it's because we need it too.
Jeez.
There are people in chat saying this is more like a therapy session, and I needed it. So our chat's kind of grateful too. We're all having therapy together. Someone pointed out the hidden true crime. What about the irony that she encouraged Chad to lose weight and put him on a workout plan? Showing that
was crazy. When you saw his picture to when they first saw him,
John, what are you laughing about? You should go on the Chad workout plan. What are you laughing about? I think that was a jab at John. There we go. Go, Lauren.
the irony that she encouraged Chad to lose weight and put him on a workout plan, showing that
was crazy. When you saw his picture to when they first saw him, I went, whoa, he's been doing push-ups, huh? She's got him on a clock.
Yeah,
she's got Peter Griffin working. I'm telling you right now, he is working his butt off.
Well, he has Peter Griffin and the poisonous dart frog. So
yes. What a pair.
The tail. The tail of Peter and the frog.
that's a book, huh?
It could be garbage or a sitcom.
Yeah,
right.
Gosh, if it were surreal and dark, it would be.
I know, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Well, I think
the funny thing is John looks just like Peter Griffin.
That's another great point that you guys make. Is I think some people mistake my lightheartedness in some of the situations as making fun of it or trying to make light of it. And I'm like, you don't understand that I'm not laughing at the dark part of it. We're talking about how ridiculous some of the stuff is, and it really sometimes in certain situations a laugh or cry situation. And so sometimes it's nice to not always just be leveled by this stuff and laugh at the parts that are ridiculous, because some of the stuff is absolutely comical of how ridiculous it is. And it's you have to laugh sometimes.
So well said. We say oftentimes you're either going to laugh or you're going to cry. And honestly, that joke came because you said this is like a really heavy therapy session. And I thought, it's true. And maybe we need a bit of a break for just a second. Yeah. And since I'm married to a psychologist, he tells me it's okay, right? That's okay. It's okay to do that. Because you're either going to laugh, you can't cry all the time.
Exactly.
So yeah. And I became good friends with Tammy Daybell's Aunt Vicky. I know you know Vicky too, Colby. Mm-hmm. And she's taught me the same thing. She's made plenty of jokes about the storm. So you're in good company.
Yeah.
People.
Oh my God. So she's bringing up Chad's penis to Colby. I'm sure that's exactly what Colby wants to think about and hear about right now, right? Is Chad's storm. Oh, we've brought up, the storm. Look at John. He's like, yeah, we have.
Yeah.
She's taught me the same thing. She's made plenty of jokes about the storm. So you're in good company.
Yeah.
People, it's healthy to laugh. And it doesn't mean
I think
the tragedy isn't there. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The small storm. Itty bitty.
Yeah.
This really? Then she says the small storm, itty bitty. That's wow. This is great journalism here, Lauren. This is classy. This is on point. This is engaging. It shows you care, your empathy, and everything else just shines through. Why not add this to the resume reel?
It's healthy to laugh, and it doesn't mean
I think
the tragedy isn't there. Yeah.
Exactly.
The small storm. Itty bitty.
Yeah. Little baby one.
It was more like a drizzle. Okay.
Right.
John.
More like a drizzle? Oh my God.
The small storm. Itty bitty.
Yeah. Little baby one.
It was more like a drizzle. Okay.
Right.
John.
Okay.
So maybe we need to turn to John to get us back on track.
I don't know about that.
You guys have gone so far off the rails. I don't know if I can bring it back.
It's over. It's over now.
Thanks,
guys. Appreciate you.
But thanks for coming. Have a good night.
Right.
I guess I would just, because we're talking about this as a bit of a therapy session. I just want to say that when Colby and I met on the set of Sins of Our Mother, years ago now. I can't believe how long it's been. But
Netflix documentary.
you know, it's interesting. I just want to say, Colby, I appreciate how far you've come. You know, you and I, you'll remember you and I had a pretty intense conversation then, and I know you were really starting to grapple with it, and you know, to try to come to terms with a lot of these issues. But I could tell at that time that it was really difficult.
Shut up
and I
already.
recognized that I had to be really cautious in terms of our conversation and things we talked about, and I just want to say, you know, how much I appreciate the amount of growth that you've experienced in this journey you're on, because it's really amazing. So thank you for doing what you do.
I appreciate that. I remember when we met, I had so many questions because you were probably one of the first people I spoke to face and was even willing to realize some of the psychological side of this.
This really pissed me off right here.
Where my mom's mind was at that time, and I was still really holding on and battling because I didn't know how to let all that stuff go with her, and just I was so torn, you know, still, because it was so fresh. And I think that I just remember sitting there fascinated with some of the stuff you were saying and the way you explained it. And I really wish they would have shown that, because it just I remember that conversation. I was like, oh, that makes a lot of sense. And you just were able to explain it in such a and I hope I use this word correctly, but in a soft way. Right. It wasn't, you weren't just like, well, she's just out of her mind and crazy, or she's delusional or whatever. Like, you just explained it. And I think for the first time that opened my mind up to, okay, so maybe there is actually
Sherry Rollins.
Maybe there's actually a reason, or maybe there's something else going on. And it was just nice because in that time I was still holding on to her so hard as a mom. So I always will remember that conversation that we had. And thank you for saying that. I appreciate it.
I honestly was a little disappointed that they didn't include any of that conversation. Right. We spoke for like an hour.
Okay, but it helped Colby. Who gives a damn if it made it in the damn show? See, that's why I don't believe this guy really has good intentions at all, because he would be extremely satisfied knowing that that conversation helped Colby. He doesn't care. I'm disappointed. It was one of the most profound things I was ever going to say in my life. And they cut it out. They cut it out of the documentary. They cut it out. Midlife to Florida. Thank you for your super chat. She says, thank you for keeping me company at work today. Oh, I'm glad I could keep you company. Have a safe drive home.
Not 3 minutes.
2 hours, wasn't it?
we spoke for a while. Not a minute of that conversation made it in, but
right.
That's the way it goes, I guess, with, you know, shows.
I guess so.
That's why we're here. And that's why we have a live conversation, so you guys can know you're not there's no behind the scenes anyone's missing here.
Right.
If we're going therapy session, I actually, you and Colby had a really great conversation on Colby's channel. Was it a month or two ago? And
oh wow, so there's another one from the fall before. I forgot about that. So John was just on Colby's channel in late 2024. We're gonna find out right now.
I'm the worst with time, so if it was a year ago, forgive me.
I think it was in the end of last year, I want to say.
Okay, end of last year.
Right.
Okay, end of last year. Thank you. And one thing you mentioned struck a chord with me, and I wanted to ask you a little bit more about it. Again, your wife, you said you were talking about this with Kelsey. I'm so glad you guys are able to talk about these things. So Kelsey has a lot of insight, but you said that you guys were talking about how maybe as far as family systems go, which John knows a lot about, he got his master's in family therapy, and then you went on to get his doctorate. But
oh, so where's the forensics, Walwyn? Look at, see, now we've got another description of who he is. Cassie, I think Santa is bringing all the gems that are still there. Common sense for Christmas. They're going to shove that common sense right in their stockings.
Master's in family therapy, and then you went on to get his doctorate. But that you were maybe the golden child and Tylee maybe a scapegoat. Can I ask you a little bit about that? And I thought maybe John could weigh in a little bit more too, because I thought that was such an interesting observation, and I'd love to hear more about that.
No. All right. Well, I'll give you the best way to understand it is Tylee wasn't like me, where
They did it without Lauren so that John and Colby could further bond. Oh, God. Look at his eyes, y'all. He's looking right through me. I need to get across up in here. Hold on. I rebuke you.
she wanted to conform. Tylee butted her head. And I almost think that we all, for me personally, I thought it was an attack like, oh, Tylee's just being difficult with my mom. No, Tylee just didn't do what I did. I was passive. I laid down. I wanted no problems. I'll do anything you say, and I just want to make you proud. That was my mind. Tylee was independent. Tylee didn't like the way the things were, but she craved that love from my mom. So she was in a really hard place, I think. She got treated very differently than I did. I was looked at as the chosen one. You know what I mean? Like I'm, you know, she's so proud of me and everything I've accomplished. And I like all the same things as her, and everything that I did, she took credit for. And, you know, I went to college and played basketball, or I played football, or I got in good shape, or whatever. No matter what I achieved, she taught me or could take credit. But for Tylee, she was the difficult one. She didn't conform. She didn't do all the same things that my mom did. And I think that that is how you can tell of how she still to this day treats me and thinks of me versus Tylee. And that's why it's so heartbreaking for me to know as a brother for Tylee that she was treated differently. And, you know, Tylee and I didn't have a perfect relationship, right? I know everyone, people would think we were a normal brother and sister. We're 6 years apart and we got in fights, and I thought she was annoying. She thought I was annoying. We would get in our bickering, whatever the case is. But until I sat down with Tylee and did therapy like this, Kelsey and I both sat with her. It was the first time she ever opened up to me. Cause like, you know, now she's at that point, 14, 15 years old. And she's starting to tell me like, I have issues with mom. And I'm like, well, you just need to start, you know, mom's trying. And like, I just flipped it so hard to try to make peace. I thought that that was what a peacemaker is, well, maybe you don't understand how good of a person mom is. Instead of listening to Tylee's problems and helping her with what she actually felt and dealt with, I tried to flip it to, let's just everybody be kumbaya and be friends.
Her name is Summer, and she's pouting right now.
So that dynamic though must have been really tough, because I was completely treated differently and looked at as such a stud, or whatever you want to call me, right? And put in a light where Tylee was not. And I think that she didn't have an incentive to really do anything. And I think that Tylee had a lot of depression, that like I did. I know Tylee isolated. I'm so grateful for Tylee's friends, because they gave her some support that she needed. But neither one of us got what we needed from our mom, regardless of how much I got praised. But Tylee got the worst end of that. She was not treated the same as me. And she was treated more of a problem, and she would scream, like all these things. It's almost like she was more of an issue. And I was like such a great person, or whatever the case was. So it's hard to realize that reality, you know, but that's how the dynamic was.
Yeah, that is heartbreaking. And right. And looking back now, we can see that, yeah, Tylee was never the problem. It was her mother. But
no,
you guys both handled it in different ways, as you point out.
Yeah. And I think she was stuck. She didn't have an option like I did. When I was 17, I left. Tylee didn't even get to turn 17. So she didn't get a lot of choices in her life. You know.
Any thoughts, John?
No, I think Colby described it well. That's, you know, I think that it sounds like there were different versions, different configurations of the family. One probably was that Colby was closer to his mother, and the other was that Charles and Tylee probably had a better relationship.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Do you have, Colby, I admire it so much that you have a YouTube channel now for us to all listen to you, because again, none of us can put ourselves in your shoes. I think there are a lot of us trying, you know, like we have empathy and compassion for you.
Right.
And I think it's admirable that you allow a lot of your processing to be public, and that we can try to, you know, understand a little bit more. And I know that you're going to follow this trial on your channel. Is there anything you're really worried about confronting or seeing or processing? I know there are a lot of people that care about you. And like I said, it's one thing for us to just like pull out the popcorn and watch Lori get snappy, you know, with the judge. but it's a whole other thing when it's your family that was murdered and you're her only remaining child watching this. Is there anything you're super, that you're worried about confronting or seeing at the upcoming trial?
Yeah. That's a great question. I think a lot of things. I think that there's a fear of the pain that comes with it. Like this was the first pain I remember happening because I remember every single detail of that day of what my mom told me about Charles and then finding out and like that feeling almost like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like getting back on a bike that you don't want to be on. Like you know what it feels like. And so I think I'm worried about the pain that's going to come with it. I'm sad that she's making a mockery of all of it. I'm sad about the fact that she's the nuclear bomb that went off that caused everything to change. And I think more than anything, I wish it was just over. I think Charles deserves justice, but to sit through it again is just, I can't put the word draining doesn't really cover that. I think more than anything, it really just is beyond exhausting. I mean, my entire 20s I can't put it in context, like the entire time has been something, right? And so I think that part is hard. And it's just, it brings it all back up. The pain becomes present all over again. So I think it's more just facing the reality of the pains, and then, having to hear all the new details of things that we didn't know about, how much she planned it out. And it's really hard to hear that stuff, to know, because she's so dismissive, but obviously they have the evidence of her planning each and every detail out. And I think that that's really hard.
We got a cooter chat.
Saw that Annie Elise has donated $40,000 to charities. Where's HTC's donations? All these two do is use and take.
Thank you, Anonymous, for your cooter chat. Yeah, 40 grand. Have they ever supported any charities? You'd think he'd support, the nonprofit that he worked for a decade if they did such good work. Hey, Emilio, good to see you. Merry Christmas to you.
Yeah. It's wild.
My eye is twitching.
Well, it sounds like she isn't. On your channel, she did the most horrendous thing ever, and she blamed your sister. And she blamed Tylee for everything. Which tells me that she's not too afraid to do that. She did it to you. On your channel for people to hear. Do you think she's going to try a similar tactic with the? I mean, I know that this is about Charles, but her alluding to family tragedy in that interview yesterday.
Okay, listen, bitch. Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't the Arizona jury unaware of the murder of the children? Wasn't the Arizona jury unaware that Tylee was not alive? I'm sure they questioned why Tylee wasn't testifying, but I'm pretty sure that the jury was unaware. So why are you even saying this to him? Why are you asking him if he thinks Lori's going to blame Tylee? Huh? Thank you so much, Snazzy Trinkets. But Lauren purchased 144 roses for the memorial with help of her gems. Ugh, bitch. No one's going to stalk that ugly bitch. Thank you again, Snaz.
Similar tactic with the. I mean, I know that this is about Charles, but her alluding to family tragedy in that interview yesterday. Do you think she's going to allude to anything like that?
Yeah. If you want my breakdown, this is what I think is going to happen. I think that she's going to blame Alex.
She did.
But still hero him for saving them. She's going to blame Tylee for presenting a bat. She's going to try to get everybody she can on the witness stand and make it look like that they were after her or that they tried to do something to her. And I think that she's going to somehow make it about Tylee. I don't know how she's going to tie it all in, but somehow it's all going to end up being about Tylee. And I think that she's going to spend the next couple of weeks arguing about every little thing. And her point will just be simply that she's a good person she didn't do anything wrong, and somehow, some way, she'll come out with either blaming both Alex and Kylie or just Alex and Charles. She'll blame Charles. Somehow it's going to end up being his fault for starting a fight in her, and that's the only way she really has to go. And then she's going to bring in a bunch of character people and force them to answer questions about when she took care of them in their lives, so that way she looks like a saint. And she's going to say, remember when I helped you with this, or remember when you know you were in financial need and I gave you money, do you remember this? She's going to try to pull in people to make her look good, and that's the only angle she really has. But yeah, somehow it's going to be someone else's fault, not hers. So I think she's going to throw anybody and everybody under the bus. And you heard her say it. She can't wait to face people on the stand. That's like a thing she's wanting and waiting for. She wants this confrontation with these people because now she's no more Mr. Nice Lori, right? She's going to come out with the fangs and fight, apparently, because now she's not taking anymore, whatever that means. So she wants that confrontation with certain people, which is why her witness list is pretty interesting. Either she thinks that person's going to make her look great, or she's going to fight them in front of everybody. That's what she wants. So it's a mess, to say the least. It's a big show. It's a circus, and I want everybody who has passed away to rest in peace, and let's move forward, because I don't think she's in any way, shape, or form going to win, and it doesn't matter if she did. But
I'll admit it, that was a shocking moment for her to say, I'm a peacemaker, and then she gave that tell, as John calls, a psychologist calls it a tell, where she says, oh, I can't wait to face the people that lied about me, aka truth. Yeah. And then say she's a peacemaker, and then, oh, I can't wait to face those people on the stand. I'm like, I don't think many peacemakers would look forward to that. Right, John? You can't have both.
I think she's going to bring her unique brand of chaos into the courtroom. And I mean, so that's the bad news, right? She's going to bring the circus with her, as Colby said. The good news is it's a courtroom, and the judge presides over evidence. And so you can't just resort to all this conjecture.
No, this one's not on his channel. This one is on their channel. Here, I'll give you guys the link if you want to go back to reference this for anything. The one on the 12th, I think it is. The one on the 12th or whatever is on his channel.
Sure. I mean, I think things could get potentially kind of wild, because the judge is all about allowing in evidence, right? And so you're going to have this clash. My guess is you're going to have this clash between facts and Lori's fantasy world. And so I think that's where it's going to be fascinating to see how the judge negotiates that, and just in general, how the jury responds to it, right? I don't know. It'll be really interesting. I mean, in a sad way, because none of this really should be occurring. As Colby points out, like, can we just put this behind us, right? Like, I raise this question all the time. Like, what are we, why is this happening? I mean, the outcome, even if she's acquitted, I guess she can feel some vindication, but she's still not going anywhere.
No. And that's a great point. I mean, what do you win? What do you win if you win? There's nothing other than maybe proving a point. And at the end of the day, to me, it's more just about, okay, she's doing interviews. She's enjoying this. And something about this is fun. And so this must just, to me, I've always looked at it as a last hurrah. And I think Brianna asked her that. Like, is this just your one last swing at the fences? And it's like, no, I've learned about law and I wanted, and it's like, honestly, there's nothing for you to win on the other side. So I think that this is
Megan
May, give her high of whatever it is for the next month or whatever, and then she'll have to figure out what she's going to do after that. But I don't know. What can you do when somebody's going to put themselves in this position?
Right, but you're right. It's a month and then it's game over, right? Like it's because the outcome's not going to change. The outcome is life in prison. Win or lose.
Well, don't you think it's interesting, both of you, of how defensive she is of herself, right? We talked about it, but like somehow, some way, it's going to be someone else's fault. It's always someone else. It's never, ever. She did absolutely nothing wrong, and everybody is against her. And she used to be way more heavy on the Satan thing. I haven't heard that in a while. So now that she's got like cameras, now that she's got people really, she knows now, okay, I was just on camera and now people are going to see this. The only thing she says now is she says, God put me here and this and that. She's very light with it. So I think it's really interesting that she's completely lost. She's lost her conviction, in my opinion, because if you're a martyr or you're the example and this and that, it looks like you've backed away from that position. And now you're just here to help those women in your direct vicinity with their lives and their cases.
Thank you.
Which, if anybody's taking legal advice from,
thank you for your super chat. Carry on. Thanks for all that you do, and thank you for being here. And Merry Christmas to you.
Lori, please call Rafi here in Phoenix because you're going to need to switch your lawyer quicker than a hurry. Do not do it. Call Rafi over here.
You just pointed something out this is what drives me crazy about trying to understand who Lori is. And she, on one end, right, you're like, God, this is all Satan's fault, Satan. Now that she's in front of this, the jury, because that's all we've seen so far tomorrow, or her opening statements. Now that she's in front of a jury, she's left that out. Now it's family tragedy, family dynamics. So she does know her audience. Like, yeah, she is aware enough to realize I can't be too overly religious with the jurors here. So now I got to just refer to a family tragedy and family dynamics. And, right, John? Like she knows her audience. Yeah. All of a sudden, it's not Satan's fault; it's the family tragedy's fault.
Right.
Yeah, but right, to a degree, but yeah, she's not showing that. I think she I don't know. I don't necessarily think she's changed her beliefs about the Satan part or the zombies or the light and dark. I think she's just covering them.
Yeah, because she's reading the room.
Exactly.
Right, she's reading the room, right? In the same way she did when she was called in for the interview in Arizona years ago, where the police said, no, she seems fine, right? Like the police officer was completely won over by her.
Yeah.
Charles wanted a mental health evaluation. They pulled her in. They did a pseudo evaluation.
Yeah, that's where Lauren learned, in my opinion, in the Henderson body cam. Reminds me a lot of Lori Vallow.
She kept things under wraps during that. She didn't talk about Ned Schneider or zombies or any of that. She knew better.
Yeah, she did.
Well, I hope this isn't too much to say, but it's like when you look at historically at people who really lead cults and regimes and movements, they're the most powerful, influential ones. They have to be. And so it always hits me like, okay, so you were, even in our phone call, you were all about the religious stuff and you're telling me how this is all God and this and that. But then I was direct too with a lot of those questions, right? I had so many questions about, okay, so now you're bringing in the Bible. Now we're talking about the 144,000. Like now that's not a part of it. And she never said zombies and now she's backing out. And so I'm like, I'm trying to figure out how in the world you could say you're so convicted. And then also at the same time, once it all hits the fan and there's nobody there, you're not. And now you're just know how to perfectly. Then this is another thing that's a great point you just made. She reads the room. That's how she was though before too. She knew exactly how to lie to each person the way they would believe it. So that way no one had the same story and she knew who could handle what information. It is so calculated.
Wow. I can't agree more. Lindsay. She said, I hope Colby rewatches this. He's well-spoken and it's really almost as if he's saying things that also apply to Lauren. 100%. Hey, YBE.
The room. That's how she was though before too. She knew exactly how to lie to each person the way they would believe it. So that way no one had the same story and she knew who could handle what information. It is so calculated. So how can you be calculated and out of your mind at the same time?
Rafi is an attorney.
I don't know the answer to that.
I don't either. John?
It's calculated. John, please.
I mean, I'm not going to get near diagnosing here, but there's a book you like, Lauren, that you sometimes talk about. What's that book?
The Sociopath Next Door.
Okay.
Is that the book? Is that what you're referring to?
Okay.
that is one of the books. Yeah. So I'll just leave it at that.
Read it, everyone. Have you read that book, Colby? Because I will send you a copy. I will send you a copy.
I got to read it now. You can't just tell me and not give me the rest of it.
Yeah. No, you got to read it. It's an eye opener.
Yeah.
That was like, I met John and that was like his first gift to me, by the way. Here you go. I just got out of a not great relationship. I just got out of a not great relationship. And he's like, here's some light reading. And I have since passed the book on to many others.
Right.
What? I got to see what this is. The Sociopath Next Door by Martha Stout. We got a cooter chat. Cooter chat.
I agree, Jay. It does sound like they are talking about Lauren. Flushed.
Thank you, Michelle. Merry Christmas to you. Flushed. So this was his gift to her when they first met. I don't know anything about it. So Who is the devil you know? Is it your lying, cheating ex-husband, your sadistic high school gym teacher, your boss who loves to humiliate people in meetings, the colleague who stole your ID and passed it off as their own? In the pages of The Sociopath Next Door, you will realize that your ex was not just misunderstood. He's a sociopath. And your boss, teacher, and colleague, they might be sociopaths too. So that's why John says everybody's a sociopath. And she does too. This was his gift to her when they first met, though. That's kind of weird.
If we're gonna have a relationship, you need to understand sociopaths. Basically, you can't roam around the world without knowing about sociopaths. It's just not a good predicament.
Right. I love it.
Right. If you're gonna have a true crime podcast one day, which we never knew when we first met.
Yeah, we didn't
know that part. But if we're gonna have a true crime podcast one day, babe, you gotta read this. So
right.
Yeah, because Strive failed, right? So you had to start a true crime podcast.
One of my prerequisites for getting in a relationship with one was not only reading that book, but having some discussion at every meal about psychopaths or sociopaths or criminals. So
here we are.
Oh, that's the greatest thing ever.
So needless to say, she did read it. So she did read it.
Sounds healthy for the child.
Yeah, but I really will. I'll buy you your copy, Colby.
I need it. I'm gonna read it.
Hey, happy
We're gonna
birthday.
talk about the book.
Happy birthday. It's your birthday.
Yeah, thank you. Thank
You're
you.
welcome.
Yeah, happy birthday. I didn't know that, but happy birthday, Colby. Today's your birthday?
Actually, it's my birthday's actually on the 8th, so in 2 days.
Oh, okay.
I'm an old man now.
Okay.
Shelley's Flowers, thank you so much. It says, a message for Colby. I can see how her power of representing herself and creating drama would dig into the triggers that you endured through your childhood. You have a new family that has your back. Let us support and help you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Shelley's Flowers, thank you. And I do want to say, if anybody has appreciated this live tonight with Colby, please consider going over to his channel if you haven't already and subscribing at Colby J. Ryan. We've shared the link and it's also in the description of this video, and we'll also have it in a pinned comment. And John and I plan to jump on with you after this first week. So this is the pre-opening statements, like how are we all doing, checking in live. Well, on Saturday, we're going to debrief after that first week over on Colby's channel. So definitely head over to Colby's.
Hey, Kelsey, I didn't even notice that was you. Hey, Merry Christmas to you guys.
Subscribe and notifications because we will be with you on Saturday. That's the plan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Saturday.
I don't know how we're going to look on Saturday. I don't know if
No.
we'll make it all the way through the week. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long one.
And that's assuming that the judge doesn't declare a mistrial
My
after
gosh.
after the first 2 hours.
Please. Just end it for everybody's sake and just move forward, please.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah. Anything else? Anyone? I see that there are questions here. I'll keep some of these questions and I can bring them next week to your channel, Colby.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So it was pre-planned that they were going on there the next week. So just to break down the timeline again, this was April 6th. C&Ds went out the 7th and the 12th. And I'm so sorry, Amazon is up and down my road crazy today with last minute gifts. It's crazy.
Yeah. Let's end with this. Here's a question from a viewer. Dr. J, what advice do you have for Colby in dealing with the coming weeks for his well-being, besides reading The Sociopath Next Door?
Which I'm going to read.
By the way, Kelsey is Colby's wife. She's in chat. She never sent him a copy of the book. A woman of her word.
I don't think he's going to read that before tomorrow. So, but
never got.
I mean,
it.
I think that's really an answer. The
9th
answer to
and
that is
11th.
really a
Thank
question
you,
for Colby in
Jeanette.
terms of how he processes these types of situations. I mean, it could be traumatic. I think you indicated that, Colby, that there might be a lot of pain that you're going to have to deal with again. So I don't think there's a simple answer to that. You know, I think it just depends on how much you can consume of this, Colby, and how much pain it causes you, and I mean whether it's even really worth watching.
And you know what? I don't want to ever hear anybody, at least in my comment section or chat, saying that, oh, he's milking the situation. This guy has so much insight to share in just his experience alone. And God, I mean, he's got so many different aspects of growth. And I'm really sorry about my dog. She's loud as fuck. But he has so much to share, not only from grief and loss, murder, that perspective, the family dynamics, the Mormonism stuff. And then you have all of this other like weird conspiracy religion stuff. I mean, he's just got it's so many dynamics wrapped up into one, right? That he has to like detangle all these different dynamics. And if anybody deserves a platform to share if they would like, it would be him. And I'm going to fucking mute because someone's just sitting out front. God almighty.
I don't know. It's really, the answer to that question is very personal. So I don't,
right.
Maybe, what do you think, Colby? How do you think you're going to cope with some of the trauma of this trial, or the re-traumatization?
Yeah. That's a great question. I have thought about it. What's really interesting is I kind of have Chad's trial as an example. After that trial, I remember I told you guys I was listening to you guys. I was watching your channel. And this was stuff I'd never heard, right? I didn't go in the details. I didn't watch court every day. Like, I couldn't do it. It wasn't going to happen. I couldn't be at work. I know court is going on and I'm locked away in a whole nother place mentally because I just can't handle that burden. And so after I unpacked so much of this for so long, there's almost, I don't want to use the word calloused, but something of that nature where it's like, it doesn't hurt the same. Now, when it comes to Charles, that did get me the last time I watched the documentary. It opened it up like it was yesterday. So I can never really plan. I think just because I have been processing and talking about it on the channel for so long now, and we've had this conversation, like I couldn't have done this even probably a year ago because I just couldn't handle talking about it at all. So now that people see that it's happening and I'm just trying to talk about the healing side, I think that as it comes, I'm going to palette it little bits at a time and hopefully be able to come out stronger. That's the goal. I know that things are going to be hard. I know things are going to be triggering and I don't know everything that's going to come out, but I think I'm more braced and ready than ever. And I think that my
it was
heart
loud
is
on my end
because
salty.
I know it's the reality. I've accepted the situation for what it is. And so now it's not really a surprise. It's just more about how bad is it really? It's kind of like that now.
Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. Well, everybody here is actually giving advice in chat. So there's a lot of advice for you from people who care about you. And a lot of it is just take it a day at a time, turn it off if you need. I think you know that, and it's true.
He knows
just
more than you.
Take what you can. Go ahead.
Just to summarize. Oh, I'm sorry. Just to summarize that.
Did you just cut her off?
So small bites that need to be metabolized one at a time, and after they're metabolized, maybe then you'll take.
Really, John? He just said he's taking it one at a time. So you're just going to break down what he said as usual, unless you're reading from a damn book. One little bite. That's what you should do with your meals. One little bite at a time. Let it metabolize. Make it way down your throat.
Go ahead.
Just to summarize. Oh, I'm sorry. Just to summarize that. So small bites that need to be metabolized one at a time, and after they're metabolized, maybe then you'll take another bite.
We don't need your summary, idiot.
Yeah.
Right? Because like, I couldn't go sit in that courtroom all day every day and listen, and then walk home and go home and then come back. That's a next level of strength, and that I don't have. But that's okay. I'm gonna deal with it as it comes, and I think that's how you have to take life anyway.
Right.
Just little bits at a time, and
he's
try
so
your best.
insightful.
That's really the only way to go about a situation like this.
Yeah. Well, tell your beautiful, wonderful wife Kelsey hello for us. I'm so glad you have each other and your beautiful growing family. We know it's late for you, and you've got three kids. So
3 kids.
3 kids. We so much respect for you and all you're doing. So we will let you get some rest and go back to your family. But thank you for being again here with us tonight, and we will see you.
Do you see how the talk of his family made him smile, though? 3 kids. He's grown so much. He's got so much insight to share. Look at John. Why is he always so mad?
Kids, we so much respect for you and all you're doing. So we will let you get some rest and go back to your family. But
respect doesn't share texts and then want to get the FBI involved when yours might be shared. That's not respect.
Thank you for being again here with us tonight, and we will see you on your channel on Saturday. So
Yeah. Thank you guys. I
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
All right. Thanks, Colby.
All right. Thanks, everyone.
All right. That ends that one. We have one more to watch today. But before we get into that, I want to show you this short.
Overfeeding. Like, I could
Whoops.
easily tell you.
Wrong one. Dang it. Hold on. Hold on. I got to get the link. We have one more to watch. Well, actually, now we have two because Lindsay told me about another one. So, should we watch the one with just him and John? Or should we watch the one from last fall? Or, I mean, should we watch the one in April or should we watch the one from last fall? That's what I meant to say. Hold on. All right, check this out. This is the journalist, Lauren Matthias. You ready?
By the way, I called John this morning, who also is.
Oh, damn. Wrong one. Hold on. I'm fucking up today, guys. Bear with me. Okay, this right here.
No, I've gum in my mouth. Hold on. Okay, I'll take. No, I've gum in my mouth. Hold on. Okay, I'll take. No, I've gum in my mouth. Hold on. Okay, I'll take. No, I've.
Okay, we're going to do a poll. We're taking a little breather before we get into our next review. It's going to be double review today. We're going to do a poll, okay? You guys need to watch this a couple times and then answer in the poll. Don't answer until I play it again, okay? Did she put gum on the courthouse wall? Answer after you watch it, okay?
Gum in my mouth. Hold on. Okay, I'll take. No, I've gum in my mouth. Hold on. Okay, I'll take. No, I've gum in my mouth. Hold on. Okay.
This is real journalism, guys. She's a real journalist. She sticks gum on the wall while she's reporting on trials. And she's got a walnut in her chin. I think she put it on the damn wall. And why is she wearing these goofy ass sunglasses? What in the world is going on here? You guys think she did put it on the wall? Okay, let's watch again. Hold on.
No, I've gum in my mouth. Hold on. Okay, I'll take. No, I've gum in my mouth.
Oh my goodness, girl. What is going on here? Oh. Those nails though, you need a manicure. Where's Grayson? She needs to scrape under them nails.
No, I've gum in my mouth. Hold on. Okay, I'll take. No, I've gum in my mouth. Hold on. Okay, I'll take.
Yep. Breathe. Janice, you're killing me. Why is she wearing these glasses though? What is going on here? What's happening? Oh my God. You guys crack me up. Okay, hang on. I got to get this other one pulled up here. Just give me a second.
No, I've gum in my mouth. Hold on. Okay. I'll take No, I've gum in my mouth. Hold on. Okay. I'll take No, I've gum in my mouth. Hold on.
You find a piece of paper and you get rid of your freaking gum before you go on live. That should be journalism 101. Dum dum. All right, so the second one we're going to watch is this one.
The psychological side of what happened, because
this is going to be April 12th, 2025. And we've got Lauren and John both on panel with Colby. And we are on 1.25 speed. I will throw the link to this in the chat.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Lauren and John Matthias from Hidden True Crime on our first ever live podcast. I feel like this is a special moment for me.
Oh,
because
wow. His first
we had so much fun
live?
over on their channel, but now I got the experts over here. We're going to have a good night. So what I want to get into right off the bat and what we're kind of talking about for a sec is
Hold on. Let me
what
fix
Thursday
this.
was like. And I know that, Lauren, you've been there, right, for the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
What was Thursday like compared to the 2 weeks that you've already been a part of?
It's been, to me, the most profound, most memorable, biggest day so far. And you were there, Colby, and and John has recapped. You know, he's watched your recap of that day as well as ours on our channel, just to like understand everything that happened, and he saw all the cross examinations. But I just think it was, I don't know, it was shocking how she spoke to Adam, your Uncle Adam. Then I thought that she was going to look forward to really facing Kay Woodcock, because as she even said in jury selection, she said that she looks forward to talking about the people who have lied about her. And of course, I don't believe that Kay has lied, but we know that she's referring to people in her life, right? Not the expert witnesses, but people like Kay and Serena and Adam. And she was actually kind of timid with Kay. And I felt like Kay, I mean, I don't know what you thought, but I felt Kay kind of led that and held her own, even though I'm sure Kay was nervous too.
Right.
And then Serena Sharp was just strange to me.
That was weird.
They were all very different. So as I explained it on Hidden True Crime, like Adam was like a Thanksgiving dinner gone wrong plus murder, which is very sad. And I'm sorry, I know we're talking about your family.
No,
like,
I understand. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. And then Serena was like a Bible off, you know, like just like who does God love more? And then Kay was like a bit of a timid Lori. I don't know. That's how I took things.
Well, and that's the
what
thing
do you
too.
think?
Yeah, I mean, oh my gosh. So, John, I don't know how much of it you saw with Adam. I remember, I'll tell you guys one thing I noticed. I don't know if anybody else noticed this. I said this on the video. Adam comes in, and obviously he's starting with the prosecution, and she's talking to him, and I'm kind of watching. I'm pretty close to Lori, so like I'm watching her mannerisms. I'm watching what she's doing, and she's very animated to the point where she's like this every time they say something about her. And he's like, that's, you know, she had started having odd belief system, and she's like this real hard. And then she does a little peek over to see who's watching her on the jury. So she obviously has a game plan, right?
Yeah.
But then what was really odd, and I don't know if anybody else, how they missed it. I just catch it on my side eye. She's looking kind of in Adam's direction, but kind of was looking at the jury kind of, and stuck her hand up like this, made a gun, and then pushed down her thumb like this. I swear, I don't know if court TV or the cameras caught this, and I looked around for validation. I
do that too when I see something.
Wait, Colby, just to clarify, she did that.
Laura, no one cares. But what did she do?
She pointed the gun at Adam
towards the front. So if I'm her right here, and Adam is where you guys are, where I'm looking at, she was kind of looking over to the side a little bit, and then she stuck her hand out kind of like this real quick, and then just pulled a thumb. I'm like, that's the most blatant gun gesture I've ever seen in my life.
Hey,
there's nothing you can mistake that for. You're not shooting your friend. You're like, hey, buddy, how you doing? Like, I couldn't see if she was looking at Adam, but it was unmistakable like this. And people.
Oh, my goodness, Janice. Lauren left a used Band-Aid on her chair. Oh. That is nasty.
asked me because I talked about it on the video, and I'm like, I still could never imagine what else that would be. That is the most blatant thing in the world. So obviously she was gunning for Adam, literally.
Well, you had a front row. You had a front row seat. You know, the media's in the back, right?
Yeah.
So you have a better.
You're not the media, okay? Miss Stick Chewing Gum on the courthouse wall. You are not media. You're a fucking YouTuber. You're a podcaster. Stop.
View than any of us.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
What did you think about the cross when she stood up and started talking to Adam?
Yeah, and just, you know, John did watch the whole thing. He has seen the whole cross.
Okay.
It was shocking. The things that she wanted to pursue were shocking. When was the last time we saw each other? How long has it been? Not attending your wedding. I don't know what that's about, but it sounds like that's a sore spot in the family.
So
yeah.
Let me touch on that real quick. I have no idea why she brought that up. Adam was invited. He told me he couldn't make it, and we all moved on. There's no reason. There's no hard feelings.
Ashley Reese, did you really subscribe and wait an entire minute to say that? Ashley Reese, I only think it's fair, since you went through so much trouble, to read your comment. This is everything that's wrong with social media. The insensitive and catty things Lauren said is so incredibly less hateful than holding hours and hours, far more than 9 of pure hate against Lauren Matthias. Okay, again, Ashley Reese, thanks for taking all of the effort to subscribe so you could leave that stupid comment, because really it is stupid. I ask myself every day, why are people such idiots? No one is hating anyone. I don't even know them to hate them. I hate their behavior, and I hate how they manipulate victims. I hate how they wanted Christina to go to prison. I hate how they're using law enforcement and court system to manipulate even further. Now go have a very Merry Christmas.
Cheap, lying, no good, rotten, four-flushing, low-life, snake-licking, dirt-eating, inbred, overstuffed, ignorant, blood-sucking, dog-kissing, brainless, dickless, hopeless, heartless, fat-ass, bug-eyed, stiff-legged, spotty-lipped, worm-headed sack of monkey shit he is! Hallelujah! Holy shit! Where's the Tylenol?
I mean, obviously, I would have loved to have him there, but he was working, and I'm an adult now, and if something is in the way, that's what it is, and I never held a grudge. I remember I looked over and I said, what the F does that have to do with anything? What is my wedding being brought up for Adam? It means nothing. So I think she was just trying to discredit Adam as like a close member of the family in that moment.
Oh yeah, Ashley, don't forget to hit the like button too.
Yeah. John's nodding.
Yeah.
You agree, John? Yeah, he did see this.
Well, she's trying to, right. I agree. Like, she's using the wedding as a point of reference for his memory of the last time they talked. She's trying to show that they didn't have a close relationship. Therefore, whatever he has to say doesn't really mean as much because he didn't really know her. That's her argument. Or I think that's what she's trying to show.
Well, I think what's really messed up, right, was the first thing she tried to do is discredit him, because I think she stopped talking to Adam because he told her she was crazy. And he said that. That's exactly what happened. He said, I don't know what you're on. Now, I did not know this. I don't remember when I found this out, but obviously she said something. He said, I don't believe that, something to that effect. And they really stopped talking. So that was their own relationship that they were dealing with.
Right,
But
Dominique. Preach
now I
it,
have to
girl.
ask you,
Do it, lady.
the green chicken chili enchiladas are beyond now famous. Okay.
Apparently that's green chili chicken.
Green chili chicken enchiladas. You're right.
Yeah,
green chili. You're right. And now
I'm a big fan of green chili, so I want to emphasize the green chili part. Let's get that right. I love green chili. So.
He does. I thought about that when she was saying it. Yeah.
I'm like, when she said that, I thought, oh man, like, does this mean I have to like acknowledge something like favorable about Lori, that she could cook green chili? She could cook green chili chicken.
Okay.
John, I know you're salivating at the thought of green chicken enchiladas, but we have to pause because Canvas and Crime just donated 5 cooter ships. Let's welcome Jessica, Tudis Bam Buddhist, Lee, Yoga Dork, Snowball, and TC Mom. Welcome to Cooterville.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. Kiss your ass. Happy Hanukkah.
Thank you so much, Canvas. Merry Christmas.
Enchiladas.
So let's put it this way. Okay. I'm gonna be very nice here when I say this.
Okay.
They are the most regular white people, unspicy, unappetizing enchiladas. Okay. It's just the tortilla, the store-bought and store-bought sauce. And some
Shameful.
crock-pot.
Okay. So they're bland.
It's
They're
canned
like
chicken, by the way. We're not even we're not using chicken breast. We're literally just everything is pre-made. And you throw it in the crock pot and then you put it in there. So apparently that was the staple. Now, I grew up with 3 things, okay? Pot roast, pasta, and then when I was about 20, the green chili chicken enchiladas.
Green chili, yeah.
That's when those got introduced.
You're saying like her
yes.
Her prep and cooking of green chili chicken enchiladas was an insult to green chili chicken enchiladas.
They're not that good.
She had merch for green chili chicken enchiladas. For real?
They need to be spicy. They need she has to use at least like at a minimum hatch green chili or some New Mexico green chili. Everybody knows that's like
John. John likes green chili chicken enchiladas when done right. When he's
don't feed him that before the podcast. He might have to go to the bathroom. Nicole Moon, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs.
having them in New Mexico, but this sounds like shameful hot. What she did to them. She should be ashamed of herself.
That's why it was embarrassing for me. I've had them.
Yeah.
I'm embarrassed for him. Like, why are you even bringing that up? Who remembers what they were eating? But she had to prove that she made him dinner. I don't know.
Well, no, let's break this down a little bit. Because I mean, aside from making fun of the fact that she apparently couldn't cook one of my favorite meals. And unfortunately, Colby, I wish she could have cooked them because then you would have appreciated them.
Right.
How delicious they can be. Right. So she failed you. Because she didn't,
absolutely.
She didn't,
I did not know they were good. I'm just like, okay, it's dinner. I got to have something to eat.
She failed you by not getting you really invested in green chili chicken enchiladas. So that I'm sorry. You'll have to go to New Mexico then and have some of those. But, so one of the problems with representing yourself is that you have to be able to take your ego out of the equation. Right. And one of the things that keeps cropping up with your mom over and over again.
Wait, what? What did he say?
One of the problems with representing yourself is that you have to be able to take your ego out of the equation.
Representing yourself.
Right. And one of the things that keeps cropping up with your mom over and over again is she can't get her ego out. Right. And this is an instance of clearly she didn't need to bring this up. She's bringing it up because she's trying to establish a point of reference that she feels is really important because she was such a good cook.
Right.
Right. Her argument is, how could you not remember my green chili chicken enchiladas? They were delicious. I cooked them all the time. Everybody loved them. Right. And so she's trying to establish a point of reference, but she's also giving herself a pat on the back. Yeah. She's also saying, I'm a wonderful cook. I was a wonderful mother. I cook these amazing things, which obviously now you're disputing, but
I'm sorry to tell the world.
Yeah. Well, now the world knows that they're that you didn't miss anything apparently. Although I think you did because they're a really good green chili chicken enchiladas.
No,
delicious.
They're really good. Yeah.
Don't flatter yourself, Corey.
Don't
flatter yourself. But that's exactly right. That's what she's doing, and you can't, if you're going to present a really compelling defense, the last thing you want is for your defense attorney, in this case, your mom, obviously, is to become self-absorbed, that they're up on cross-examination talking about how great their green chili chicken enchiladas are. There's an absurdity to it. Right. That's the problem. Instead of focusing on what's most important in cross-examination, this is what she wants to talk about. Right. And so I thought it was hysterical personally, because any even reasonably competent defense attorney would know that they shouldn't talk about green chili chicken enchiladas. And not only did she bring it up, but she wouldn't, he said, I loved Adam, by the way. He's like, do you remember these? And he's like, no. And she's like,
who remembers
really?
That? What the
he wants to pursue it with her. He's like, she wants to keep litigating it. Really? Come on. I cooked these.
You remember the kitchen table? You don't remember my pink shirt and my enchiladas and I fed you by hand? Oh my gosh, bro. It's crazy.
She even threw a number out. She's like, we did this 10 times a year. Where were you? You were there. How could you not remember these? She's losing the argument. She's losing, this is why people don't represent themselves, because they get lost in this kind of nonsense that's irrelevant, right? And
Is that why they're wearing green for real? Do you think he's trying to trigger him? I love how he talks about ego,
Let's help
though.
a brother out here.
And thank you, Nicole Moon. T. Marie, thank you for joining today. Come on in and close your legs. I think we had one gifted as well. Chandelier gifted one cootership. Thank you so much.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Kiss my ass. Kiss his ass. Kiss your ass. Happy Hanukkah.
Should we talk about egos, John? How about this for egos?
And I will say this, one of the worst moments I've ever had in 5 years, one of the moments that pissed me off to no end, unlike every other moment on any show I've ever been on, this person was on the show. And somebody, a viewer asked a question of me that was extremely emotional. And I was pondering the question. You could see I was getting emotional. I was going to give one of the best responses I've ever given. And you know what happened? Because this person couldn't handle the fact that I was getting emotional, they cut me off. Yeah. They absolutely cut me off, refused to let me answer because they couldn't handle that emotion in a male, especially in a male, that raw emotion that I was about to express. And I was so angry. If this person wonders why she's not on our channel, you might want to look at yourself. You might want to look at the fact that you cut me off in one of the most critical moments on one of our shows that I've ever had. You might want to look at the fact that people didn't like you. You might want to look at the fact that you spoke over Lauren and myself. You might want to look at the fact that you thought you owned this channel when you didn't. You might want to look at the fact that there was a groundswell of people who despised you. And I will say this, one of the worst moments I've ever had in 5 years.
And she sent out cease and desist letters too.
He is such a man baby. And he's talking about fucking egos. Get out of here.
Like she can't see the forest from the trees.
Yeah.
I just want to say this. I wish I had recorded.
I mean, literally overlaps can happen because of lag and people's internet, not being as on the same, speed. He is such a pussy. Oh, that reminds me. I have a new soundbite. I got to email it to myself. All right. I'll get that done while I do this, while we listen
John,
to
watching this moment, what I did this morning after I got home really late last night from Phoenix. So I'm going back tomorrow. But I said, you gotta watch these, all of the cross from.
Wait, you were home what?
Moment. What I did this morning after I got home really late last night from Phoenix. So I'm going back tomorrow. But I said, you gotta watch these, all of the cross from Thursday. And I showed him Adam, and first he was like, oh my gosh, what is this? And yeah, the moment she said green chili chicken enchiladas, John, I love how John laughs. I think he's adorable. Clearly I married him, but he was just like his shoulders and he was laughing so hard. I wish you could have seen it, Colby. I wish he would have been excused from court because he could not.
He'd have to leave. I know. It's crazy.
I can't believe she brought it up. I mean, it's not going to help her, I guess.
Well, that's the thing. You have to look at the perspective, like we talked about with that whole jury idea. She's there to impress them, right? And she looks horrible because they say, hey, this is your brother. And then they go, how long has it been since I've talked to you, Mr. Cox?
Right.
And it's like,
Mr.
It's
Cox.
just like, okay, like this is the point. Yeah, she wanted this moment for the confrontation, but you're trying to impress a bunch of random people. You're trying to save yourself and look good. And the problem was she came in with that personal vendetta. And I felt for Adam, honestly, because I'm like, this is a hard situation, because I think for me, what happened was the reality of what happened from someone else's perspective, what happened to Charles, what happened to them, how they experienced that moment, what they had to experience going after that was really heavy for me. Cause I'm like, as crazy as Lori is, I'm like, dang, like this is what happened to him the same day and how he found out and how he had to process that moment. And so I just felt for him, and I'm like, you're his sister and you have zero care in the world that that's your brother, zero. And I didn't know I didn't know they had such an elaborate plan to get her pulled in, to get her temple recommend taken away. Like that was new information to me. I was like, whoa, like all this coordination to try to get it, like what Charles was doing in the background, like all that stuff. That was really crazy to me. So I'm sitting there listening to that, but then I'm also taking just kind of mental notes on her and how she's stepping to him. And she kept trying to force him into a corner because he's a very nice person and he's very non-confrontational. So he doesn't want to argue. So she's like, you remember that? Remember that? And he's like, no, not really. Like, he's not going to try to snap back at her. He's just trying to get out of there. Because at what point is what she's saying even relevant to the case or to anything? You'd rather sit there and prove a point that you made good food, or you're a good mom, or you held all the family events and that he wasn't there one time. I mean, I'm just really still picking her brain. I'm like, where are you coming from? Because I don't see how you're impressing these guys. And
but he did though. He did, like, he didn't come off as particularly confrontational, but he was in his own way. Like when you start off cross and you ask, basically Lori asked, when was the last time we talked? And his first response right out of the blocks, he's like,
thank you, Stay Humble, for 5 months of cootership. Shout out to Colby's wife standing by his side, having his back, all while taking care of herself and the kids. I know, and I didn't realize they had 3 kids. I bet they're going to have so much fun this Christmas.
Throwing it back at her. His first response is, I don't know. Like, right. I don't remember. Like, he's already, throwing obstacles in her path from her first question.
Right.
Right. And so it's clear from his response. Like if I'm in Lori's shoes and I'm doing cross-examination.
Did this guy ever get tackled when he played football? I mean, what's with the brace? Did you fake an injury? Because you sure are.
He's like this little pussy.
Trisha, thank you for my latest soundbite. Your content is gold for me sometimes.
He's like this little pussy. He's like this little pussy.
Oh, Trisha, you never fucking cease to bring me joy.
And I get that kind of response. I'm going to know right away that I'm probably, if my strategy is to be confrontational, I'm going to know right away I'm probably going to have to adjust that a little
robotic.
Right.
Right. But your mom did not adjust. Like, she just kept on firing away. Right. Well, as you point out, literally, right? Like the apparent gun motion that you saw, like that's a great metaphor for how she approaches being her own attorney.
Yeah. And going for someone's head, really wanting a problem. And I think
it's also a metaphor
like
for,
pussy.
Lauren and I haven't talked about it yet because I had to get caught up on the trial today. But what I was going to tell Lauren is, like, not just knowing that is invaluable, what you said, Colby, but
what were you going to tell her?
That really, if you want to see, I said this before the trial, I said, if you want to see the portrayal of kind of a criminal mind, this is a incredible case study. I mean, it's tragic, of course, because it involves real people with real lives that people loved. And like you pointed out last night, like, there's a human cost to this, but like, obviously, but you're seeing who your mother is. Like, I know there's this narrative out there about how she, in some degree, she broke bad when she met Chad Daybell and she became this different person. Right. But I think if you look at it closely, Colby, you'll see that a lot of those elements that you're seeing during this trial, some of those elements were in place before Chad Daybell.
Yeah, I don't like the mom either, because he doesn't call her that.
Well, I think that's the worst part is like, that was the first moment I had with her, is she walked in and there's always that intensity right before she walks in, and my heart was beating. And then I'm like, I don't know how to explain this moment. Like, I looked at her and just like 3 times in my brain, I'm like, that's not your mom. And something just broke. And I don't know how to explain how different it was after that moment, but there was almost, for me personally, like a relief. And I just don't know how to explain that, but I just finally was able to fully 1000% say that is not my mom. And there was almost like a responsibility or something of that nature, some type of weight lifted because of that feeling. And that was right before anything happened. That was in the first moments. And so then I almost watched her from a different perspective. I just kind of case studied her too. I'm watching her mannerisms. I'm watching her and thinking, I know what you're like, who you are, but now I'm not emotionally tied to you. It's really weird. It's really hard to explain. I wish I had a better way of putting it, but it was crazy because now I'm watching, and you have to understand, I have cousins in there. I have my mom in there, my uncle's in there. And I'm like, this is the worst family reunion of all time. Like, I haven't seen these people. We haven't been in the same room in years. And now I'm a grown man and we're all here watching Lori. It was almost like not real life. And then to watch their interaction and watch her attack him like that. And well, one thing I thought was really interesting, I don't know if she's been doing this the whole time, but she ended everything with, did you personally see me, or what did she say? Did you personally see me plan or hear me planning out to murder my husband?
Yeah.
Conspiring.
She said,
every single person.
Yeah, she said, right, exactly. And I wanted to talk about that too. Because so what she said you're right, what she said with every person was, did you see, hear, or witness?
Yep. There you go.
Me engaged in this criminal act or whatever. And, you know, when she said that, I mean, first of all, from my perspective,
I agree.
You know,
Cindy.
we've talked about this before, Colby, but they're like, it's a very literal interpretation.
Yeah.
Not only of the legal aspects, but of the world. Like, if you're literally not in the room to witness a crime, then
holy cow.
Merry Christmas, bestie, for the wristy. I love you to the moon and back. Cooters unite.
Wow, Kels, thank you so much. We just got $100 cooter chat from Kels. Merry Christmas to you and yours, Kels. I love you right back, honey. Thank you for everything that you do. Seriously. We have an updated Cooter DeVille because of Kels. Look at this. Oh, yeah, baby. Love it. Love you, Kels. Thank you so, so much.
it didn't occur. That's what she's saying.
History
right?
doesn't exist because you didn't see it, right?
Right,
Doesn't
exactly. And that, by the way, she told you that during your conversation about Kylie, like, and she told that to during
Lauren's
sentencing.
bored. Look at her
In her first trial. She said the same thing. She said, "Well, you don't know, you weren't there."
Merry Christmas,
right? That's
Mellow
one of her
Joe.
refrains.
Yeah.
None of you were there, so you can't possibly know. And if you weren't there and you didn't see it or hear it or witness it,
then
it didn't occur.
It didn't happen.
Isn't it snazzy?
Right?
Snazzy trinket?
Have you seen? Have you seen
it's-
anyone ever, either one of you, have someone act so?
Look at John. Watch. John's like, did he interrupt me? And then he's like, oh, it's Colby. I can't get mad. Watch.
You seen anyone ever, either one of you?
Look at John. Did he just interrupt my ass? Oh, fuck. I can't get mad. Y'all, these people are so transparent.
Have someone? Have you seen? Have you seen anyone ever, either one of you?
Yeah, he's not used to that. It catches him off guard for a second. He's like, what? Huh? I'm Peter Griffin. I mean, seriously.
Or witness it.
That's
then
what's
it
wild
didn't
thing, right?
occur.
It didn't happen, right?
And-
have you
and it's
seen? Have you seen anyone ever, either one of you, have someone act so dismissive of anything they've ever done? And anything else that you've covered, anybody else you've watched, have you seen a human being?
Oh, it's only bad when a woman interrupts. Gotcha. God, it looks like it's getting dark out already.
Literally dodge it as if everyone's crazy except for them.
Well, this is probably an excellent question for John, since his job is to go into prisons and
Right.
assess criminals and interview them. Like, but have you seen it?
Wait, what? This is a Christian John who goes into prisons. What prisons? Who is he interviewed?
Dodge it as if everyone's crazy except for them.
Well, this is probably an excellent question for John, since his job is to go into prisons and
Right.
assess criminals and interview them. Like, but have you seen it to this extent?
Well, it presents itself so differently. I mean, it's hard to answer that question because
Because you don't fucking work in the prisons.
because criminals do a version of this, they just do it differently.
Right.
What?
For example, I remember this was a while ago now, but I remember I did an interview with a guy who
This was a while ago. Were you a fucking intern? Were you interning or something? This was a while ago now. I probably don't have all the deets correct because it's been a long time ago.
version of this, they just do it differently.
Right.
For example, I remember this was a while ago now, but I remember I did an interview with a guy who I'm going to have to be a little, I'm going to change up a little this for privacy reasons, but I did an interview with a guy who had a bunch of images of child exploitative material.
Right.
on his computer, and he was caught in a sting operation. And I remember sitting.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Hold on, motherfucker. Privacy reasons? Was the dude convicted or did you let him out? Because I want to know this motherfucker's name. If he had CSAM material, I want to know his name. He don't get privacy, John. You want to protect the privacy of someone who had thousands of images of CSAM? I have no tolerance for CSAM and people who have CSAM on their fucking phones. What is he doing?
I did an interview with a guy who had a bunch of images of child exploitative material on his computer, and he was caught in a sting operation. And I remember sitting in the interview with her, and we're talking about I can't even give you, like, we're talking about thousands.
Really?
We're talking thousands. And keep in mind, in the state of Arizona, this differs by state, but in Arizona, I don't know if they changed the law on this, but it used to be that Arizona was one of the most punitive states for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And for one image or one video, you could get 5 to 10 years.
Wow, and he's thousands.
Wow, so he equates. Didn't he want these people that were going to share text to get 5 years in prison? Wow. So each image that tracks, but you also find it to be the same punishment for someone who says they're going to release your texts? I am sincerely disturbed right now. One text equals one CSAM image? Oh my goodness.
The most punitive states for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And for one image or one video, you could get 5 to 10 years.
Wow, and he's thousands, you said?
I can't give you so
right.
Look, I had to, because it was because I'd never seen anything like it. I had to contact the FBI at the time and say, look, I got this case. Like, there's no research I can find. There's nothing I can find to, like, figure out how severe this is. Like, help me out here. Like, if somebody had this amount of this type of material, like, how long would it take to get it? Right. Like, and their answer basically was to get that kind of material, this person would have to download stuff basically every day.
Oh my gosh, bro.
For 24 hours a day for something like 10 years.
What is happening right now?
So
there's no fucking way this happened. He's calling the FBI and saying, what can we do? I have this case, boys. Hello, FBI? I have this case, bruh. Dude, this guy's a fucking liar. Liar. Lies. Wow. Yikes. I almost want to go back a little bit. I had to contact the FBI. Listen.
Thousands, you said?
I can't.
So someone had thousands and you didn't know what to do? And we're supposed to trust you giving advice to people? Did I just understand that correctly? This guy had thousands of images and he didn't know what to do? Look at Lauren. She's like, tell me I'm beautiful. Tell me my chin looks pretty. I can't stand these two. Deplorable. Deplorable.
Can't give you so
right.
Look, I had to, because it was because I'd never seen anything.
Yeah, you would think so, Belinda. What the fuck is he even talking about? This guy thinks everybody's stupid.
He's like this little pussy.
Fucking Trisha.
Everybody likes me, everybody hates me. They want me to go eat some more.
Like it. I had to contact the FBI at the time and say, look, I got this case. Like, there's no research I can find. There's nothing I can find to, like, figure out how severe this is. Like, help me out here. Like
he has thousands of images of kids and what? And you don't know what to do? Oh, help me out. I don't know what to do. Is this illegal? Is this illegal?
Right.
If somebody had this amount of this type of material, like how long would it take to get it? Right? Like, and their answer basically was to get that kind of material. This
Right. If he was caught in an undercover sting, law enforcement was already involved. So he got this case as what? A marriage counselor, and called the FBI. Oh my God, this is a very transparent whoopsie here.
Bing bong.
Always back to kids, sexual perversion, essay, every fucking time. Why would he be evaluating this person if he was caught in a sting operation?
He's like this little pussy.
This person would have to download stuff based on
How long?
this type of material.
How long would it take? Like, what does that mean? What is he talking about?
Help me out here. Like,
Right.
if somebody had this amount of this type of material, like how long would it take to get it? Right? Like, and their answer basically was to get that kind of material, this person would have to download stuff basically every day.
Oh my gosh, bro.
For 24 hours a day.
You don't wanna hear
for something
this.
like 10 years.
How did we even get here?
Right? So,
Look
and
at,
the reason I tell you that is because it was so
look at Colby. He's like, how did we fucking get here?
for something like 10 years.
Look at Colby. He's like, what? Dude, I can't. Oh, you think he's trying to talk? He's talking about Stearns, but adding himself in there. Oh, now that was a good call, because that did sound familiar. Look at Colby's face, though. He's like, what the fuck? How did we get here?
Right? So, and the reason I tell you that is because it was so extreme you can't even imagine, right? And
Right.
and my job is to like assess whether this guy should be in the community, right? Like I have to
Wait, what? He was caught in a sting, and you have to assess if he's going to be in the community? Huh?
assess
Right.
whether the community is safe. And so
To assess? I have to assess? Wait, what?
so extreme you can't even imagine, right? And
Right.
and my job is to like assess whether this guy should be in the community, right? Like I have to assess
Right.
whether the community is safe. And so I remember sitting in the room with him and him basically arguing that he didn't have a single image on his computer. He started off by saying it wasn't his computer, it wasn't his IP address. I mean, believe me, you don't charge someone with these types of crimes without knowing
Sure.
that it's precisely his computer and he had multiple
Right,
computers,
right.
right? Like you're right. They proved all that beyond question.
Right.
And
No. We're not saying he called the FBI over Stearns. We're saying he's using that story.
so think about the disconnect between, the most of that type of material you could ever imagine. And some guy saying,
He's doing this on someone else's channel. He's not even on his own channel. And he's over here talking about child porn. Colby's like, fuck, what's going on?
well, that wasn't mine. And then over the course of a couple hours, he started changing it a little. He's like, well, I may have had some, but
Right.
I was, he claimed he was working with the secret organization to expose. It was crazy, right? Like,
What? Look at Lauren. She's like, John, your stories suck. Secret organization? Yeah, Colby's like, yeah.
I may have had some, but
Right.
I was, he claimed he was working with the secret organization to expose. It was crazy, right? Like, and secret organization to expose. It was crazy.
It was crazy. Dude, you're talking about thousands of images. You're of children. Even if you are making it up. How dare you make something like that up and go, that was crazy. Oh my God. Like I called the FBI. You're a fucking liar. This is probably one of the worst things I've seen yet. And oh, it's hate. Oh, yeah, we hate them. They're hate, hate, hate. All you do is go live and hate. Oh my God, it was crazy. I know, all animated. It was crazy. I feel like I'm watching Molly Go Lightly.
I may have had some, but I was, he claimed he was.
And he's laughing. Like, CSAM makes me want to freaking hurl. This guy laughs.
Working with the secret organization to expose. It was crazy, right? And so, this is the type of thing I run into a lot. And so the question is have I seen anything like it? I mean, this guy is kind of similar.
You run into this a lot, huh? Okay.
It's just a different. It's a different presentation, right? It involves a high level of denial.
Right.
You could argue that there's some delusion there, maybe about there's some delusion about how he sees the world and processes the world, and so I mean, so the answer is probably, but it's just it evolves or changes. It just depends on the crime.
Right.
So is it denial? Is it narcissism? What is it that you see in criminals that do? It's all what? All of the above.
It's all of the above. It's being self-absorbed. It's being, having some narcissistic traits. It's living in this fantasy world. We could call it delusion. We could call it psychosis in some cases. It really depends on the situation. It's denial, it's dissociation.
Can you throw out any more terms?
Kind of come together, and I think maybe? Like with your mother, it's the combination.
Yeah, it's weird to watch.
Really makes it. Yeah,
go ahead.
For sure. I thought watching her. I wasn't sure what it would be like before the trial, but to me, in my field, it's mesmerizing. It's like I can't stop. It's like watching a train wreck. It's like what the And I mean, I'm just scratching the surface.
Yeah.
Of things she's doing that are just,
what is it? Yeah. What'd you see today? I want to know too.
She's full. I saw that excitement in her eyes. She's like, you better spill the tea over here, Dr.
Yeah. When you're it's mesmerizing and you could say all these things that you saw, what did you see?
Well,
come on now, you got it. I want to hear it too. You got me all wrapped in here. My head. I'm so focused right now.
Okay, here's a small example. There's so many examples. You guys, we're gonna have to talk about more specifics to get into that. But here's one. She's doing the interview with. I think it was with. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, not Serena. It was who did Charles have the date with?
Nancy Jo.
Nancy Jo. And she's there's so many crazy things she did with her, but she turns to her and she says, "Do you know what perjury is?"
Oh my gosh.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a threat, right? She's threatening a witness. And the DA is like, wait, this is, this is malicious. I forget the exact legal term.
John, that's not a threat. Her asking the witness, do you know what perjury is a threat? Dude, why does anybody listen to this guy?
Malicious. What was the term? Do you remember, Lauren? Or
I
Colby?
don't remember. But
yeah, I know you're saying. They're saying, yeah, you're literally threatening.
You're threatening her.
Yeah, you're trying to threaten her. Yeah.
You're scaring the witness.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
You're intimidating the witness and basically saying to the witness, "You're lying. You're lying."
What's your fucking point?
We're gonna now get you for perjury. I don't know, if your mom is planning on setting up her own law firm after this, right? Is she gonna?
Don't do it.
This is what you have to add in.
She's got 8.
This was April 12th, 2025.
She's got 8 clients right now that are in her pod, so it's over.
I've seen some dispute over that number, by the way. Somebody wrote us and said, I don't know what the real number is. Somebody wrote us and said, no, there's really only 3 or maybe 4, 3 inmates on death row in her pod.
You can't trust a word she says. My gosh. You can't believe her for a second.
She did something similar to Serena too, and she got up and she said is under God. You know, you took an oath. Yes. Under God. Yes.
I can believe that.
You think your testimony is okay with God? Yes. I mean, that's right. That's the same thing. Intimidation of a witness, saying that she's lying.
But let's critique what this means, though, right? Like from a psychological standpoint, you have a convicted murderer. I mean, the jury doesn't know that, but you have a convicted murderer doing cross-examination, threatening a witness. What she's showing us is that number one, she doesn't care.
No,
she's on a world stage here, and she's enacting, she's reenacting,
right,
the very attitudes of aggression and violence that got her where she is.
Right, exactly.
Right, that's what's so crazy about this. She's showing us in real time.
Oh my God.
Who she is. Like,
ironic.
She's literally threatening a witness and threatening potential aggression and violence on the world stage.
Right.
And she doesn't care.
What is he on about? Threatening potential aggression and violence? Huh? Because she's asked Nancy Joe if she knew what perjury was?
She's literally threatening a witness and threatening potential aggression and violence on the world stage.
Right.
And she doesn't care.
No. And well, that's what's so crazy, right? Because it's exactly like you said, Lauren. She stands up there, you guys saw, tries to threaten her, scare her, right? And then tries to disprove them ever being close. I bet you do. The zombie thing, doesn't say that she ever said anything about the repentance, right? What's so crazy though is if you flip back, those extreme beliefs are somewhat why we're here. So what I don't understand is how you can be on both sides of the coin, because you're either so delusional that you do believe that you don't need to repent and that there are zombies and your husband's a zombie and he has to go and your kids have to go and all these things. But then when it all hits the fan, you're Lori from before, who was a hairdresser and a fitness instructor and friends and loving, but then when you get someone in front of you like your own brother,
we're halfway through this one, in case you guys were wondering.
Just aggressive and you're mad at. Here's the thing I don't understand, not to jump off of Thursday, but even being mad at Nancy Joe, like, you were cheating,
right?
I can't understand how you could sit here and act as if you like she's so literally putting on. Yes, you're mad at her because you were married. You and Chad were both married, and I'm just sitting there like,
yeah,
I'm gonna pull my hair out because I can't believe that you're saying my husband.
We got a cooter chat.
Lauren is sitting there annoyed. Let's talk about me, rolling on the floor laughing.
Let's talk about me. Thank you for your cooter chat. Merry Christmas to you.
Husband, because the last time I just heard in that interview, you said Chad's your husband. Like, you can't figure out what planet you're on. But it's really odd because she seems to be so solid to herself. She tries to act as if she is like so misunderstood.
Yep.
And I'm like, this is like, I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's personality disorder. I don't know if you're flipping between two different human beings. One's this person, one's that person. Like, I genuinely have spent so much time trying to figure that out. And having what's her name come through and say to you and to everybody the belief system and have you say verbatim, tell me what I said.
That's the literal thing again. That's the literal thing again that John's talking about. Like, you want someone to remember from 2019. If they don't remember it verbatim, then they're lying.
Oh,
then they don't remember the feeling or summary of what you said. And
oh, is she a little salty about the text messages? Wait a minute. This is April the 12th. She had sent out 3 cease and desist at this time. Okay, the fucking head on a platter, the fucking kingdom. All that shit was upcoming, right? But listen to her. She's like, I'm like the little thing. Listen.
System and have you say verbatim, tell me what I said.
Listen.
That's the literal thing again. That's the literal thing again that John's talking about. Like, you want someone to remember from 2019. If they don't remember it verbatim, then they're lying. Then they don't remember the feeling or some.
I don't remember it from 6 years ago.
Summary of what you said, and thus they can't relay it. Right. Well, and going back to the husband thing, Colby calling Charles husband over and over again, a lot of people have been saying, it feels like she's trying to perhaps show how much closer she was, how close she was to Charles, rather than say Charles, my husband, even though she demands, it's so contradictory too. She demands to go by the last name Daybell, but is demanding, to call Charles her husband. I think she proved that this is really what she's trying to do is manipulate and show a closeness there because with Adam, jumping up and saying, Mr. Cox, Mr. Cox. She's trying to distance herself from Adam. So she knows what she's doing with the name calling. I think that that's what I learned Thursday too. She absolutely knows why she's calling Charles her husband over and over and over again, you know, and yeah. So, but I didn't mean to interrupt, but yeah, just the literalness.
Do you think that this chick could have lost herself trying to put herself so badly into Lori Daybell's shoes that she lost herself and like started writing her and shit? He is a good sport, dude.
So again, and
I'll tell you what, bringing up CSAM is a very sensitive topic, not only for YouTube guidelines, but just to talk about. You know, they don't know who's in the audience that might be triggered. They don't know how he runs his community. He may give trigger warnings before talking about things like that. They have no regard for anyone, is my point. None. Zero. Zilch. You don't guest on someone's panel and bring up child porn. You just don't do that. So what do? You take this guy out to eat and he talks about child porn? I mean, what the fuck? He can't have a conversation without talking about SA of children? Why? You must ask yourself why.
And if we're talking religious beliefs, let me just say this too.
Shut up.
Because this is a question for John and you, see if you noticed it. With Serena, she's arguing for and against these extreme beliefs. So on one end, she's like, how dare you say that I mentioned zombies, because I didn't say zombies, just as she told you in your interview with you.
Right.
You know, she's saying thing, I didn't say this, even though she texted Z's. And so maybe she's really thinking, if I don't ever say the exact term zombie, you know, I can name an evil spirit Ned, but don't call Ned a zombie. You know what I mean? Like, but so on one end, she's like, how dare you say I ever talked about zombies? And then on the other end, she's arguing, how dare you think it's crazy that I'm not translated? Is it in the Bible? Is it in this? I'm translated. So on one end, she's trying to diffuse these extreme religious beliefs. And on the other end, she's totally raising them, saying like, why would you say I'm not translated? Right? Like I am translated because the Bible
oh my God.
says so.
And that's such a good point. Robin, I forgot that he introduced this as his first live show. I don't like that at all.
It was weird.
That was really interesting. And I want to get both of your takes on that specific point, because I'm thinking to myself, so I don't read the Book of Mormon. Okay. I'm not LDS. I've been LDS since I was like 21. I'm 29. It's been a long time. So I read my Bible, and especially after in like 2020, when I heard all this stuff about my mom and her belief system, I went straight to the Book of Revelation. I'm reading things and I'm trying to understand the 144,000, the end of the world, the apocalypse. Jesus.
He's trying to understand the 144,000. Meanwhile, this bitch bought what? 144 roses for the memorial. He's grappling with the fucked up belief system of his mother. She buys 144 roses. She celebrates 144,000 subs. And then she wants to have a pool party.
Jesus coming back. Like, I'm trying to figure out all this stuff for myself, because I was so confused at that point. Because I'm like, I thought my mom was a good person, and I thought that she was really spiritually like trying, you know. So I just like had to reshape it, and so I ended up reading my whole Bible, and I do not know one example of the word. What does she use? Translating, right? Yeah. So there's one example of and it says it specifically in the Bible, calls it transfiguring. And it's supposed to be when Jesus is with the apostles, he goes up on the mountain, takes them, transfigures, and then goes back. There's no such thing. And we talked about this with the pop culture. She was obsessed. Okay. She used to say all the time, like weirdly obsessed with the idea of the immortal life and the vampires.
Twilight.
Okay, and Twilight.
The Twilight series.
Obsessed with this concept of your body never needing. She even said it to people, right? Like, I don't need to sleep. I don't need to eat. I don't need this. I don't need that. It's like she had to become something more like religiously too. So there was just something craving this idea of becoming like this. What do you even call that? Not a god, but like some type of fictional creature that surpasses being a human being. Basically, you're no longer a normal human being. You are some type of otherworldly entity that people.
So you guys missed the 144 roses? If you missed it, here, I'll play it real quick.
My name is Dr. John Mathias. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist.
All told, in the last 25 years, I've probably done between 500 and 600 evaluations. Chad's vision was that there will be an apocalypse. The people that are righteous survive, and that there were 144,000 chosen ones who would be saved, and that they would ride out the storm until the New Jerusalem was established and carry on the work of God into eternity.
Somebody wants to offer a gift or a donation to JG and Tylee in their memory. This, by the way, from our Hidden Gems. Everyone, and then to our Hidden Gems. Again, I just want to share this incredible community effort. These flowers. So 144 roses, by the way.
And that there were 144,000 chosen ones who would be saved.
From our Hidden Gems. And then a beautiful framed flowers as well. Everything on the stage was donated by Hidden True Crime Gems, as well as Annie Elise with 10 to Life YouTube channel.
My name is Dr. John Mathias. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist. All told, in the last 25 years, I've probably done between 500 and 600 evaluations. Chad's vision was that there will be an apocalypse. The people that are.
Okay. Sorry about that. I had to go use the pate. Right. It's very disturbing, right? Why would you do that? Why would you recognize that number? Who planned the memorial and put it on? Lauren and her friend Sarah, I think.
People should look upon with favor, I guess.
Absolutely. It's very Twilighty. Like, it's very
very Twilighty.
Very.
If Twilight's your base of life, this is what you get. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's a movie. Okay. It's pretend. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think John confessed to you that after you told him how much your mom liked Twilight, we went and we watched them. John is now a Twilight expert.
But this isn't a movie, John and Lauren.
He's a fan.
But yeah, it is very Twilighty though, isn't it, John? Like this immortal.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's funny. Let's tell that story. I'm going to give your listeners an inside scoop here.
I love it.
I've never.
Really, John? I'm going to give your listen. So he's well aware. He hasn't forgotten. He's on Colby's channel. Ugh.
Never talked about, which is
I need it.
when we were on the set of Sins of Our Mother.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
You talked about that for the first time, and the whole crew of Sins was like, "Wow, that's great, that's fascinating," right? And they're like, I don't know if they told you this, but they told me, they're like, please do not discuss that. They told me, they're like,
really,
you cannot talk. Yeah, they asked me not to discuss. Do not at first time. And the whole there, you talked about that for the first time, and the whole crew of Sins was like, "Wow, that's great, that's fascinating," right? And they're like, I don't know if they told you this, but they told me, they're like, please do not discuss that. They told me, they're like,
really,
you cannot talk. Yeah, they asked me not to discuss the Twilight because I think they thought at that moment they were going to use it, and they wanted it to be kind of a unique little nugget that no one else had, right? And
me too.
So I honored that. I wanted to,
right?
You know, because it would have helped my analysis of your mom, but it wasn't until after the documentary was that I started thinking more about that issue, because I couldn't talk about it, but you know, in retrospect, they never used it.
No, of course
they
not.
They actually, you know, ironically, so they showed me an earlier.
In the name
there
of
was an earlier
Jesus,
cut.
Father God, Lord.
They showed me part of an earlier cut. Where
Listen to this. They showed me part of the earlier cut.
Right, they did use it.
Really?
And they used the zombie things. They had like a scene from like The Walking Dead or something. And I'm like, man, that would have been a better. I wish they put out that first.
I wish they would have just scrapped and restarted. Well, and the thing again, just to touch on that real quickly, was the reason why it's so frustrating, because this is where my mind was at. I was trying to figure out mentally what happened to my mom, because my whole family's gone and I can't understand that. And it all starts with her. She's the reason why it's happening. You can call whoever you want. You can blame Alex, you can blame Chad, but she's the fuse to the bomb. Like, there's nobody else more influential and important than the mother of the children and the wife to the husband. Okay. That's just how I see it. So I'm trying to figure out where she's at mentally. And like, I'm just walking that process out and everything. And it just went so whatever happened at the end with that documentary. When I saw it, I just was like, this is, you stamp it, that's yours, not mine. That's all on you, because you cut out all of the real parts of it. And I think that was part of the discussion, is that I felt like they were trying to even prove in there is like, where did she go wrong? Well, I told you what I thought. John told you what he thought. Other people told you things, and you didn't use the real people and the real examples of what happened. You'd rather just retell the story from other media. I don't understand that.
What do you wish the most that the documentary had? I know you spent years on it. That's what else people don't realize either, is this was years in the making.
Like 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
I just wish that you would have had tangible understanding of the effect it had. I wish you would have walked away feeling like you understood our family more and how crazy it really was. And maybe personally, I wasn't in a place to like explain it to people yet, like I am now. But I just felt like you didn't get to know. I tried to build the way I said I wanted to do it was let's add in the parts that you're interested in, which is like the psychological side of what happened, because I think that's interesting too. I'm learning about that right now. But let's talk about in a timeline what happened with my family growing up, because then you might make sense at the end. If I tell you what I experienced as a kid and what I saw my mom struggling with and going through, and what was going on in our family situation, and what Tylee was going through, and then my perspective, I said all I can do is give you my perspective. I'm the only one here besides Lori. So why don't, and then I asked, like, let's just get other people who grew up with us, who are actually part of this,
too, Robin.
And let's let you see what it was really like versus the sensationalism of everything else that has to do with Lori. So I think they missed tangibleness for telling the story kind of like how everybody else does. Just copy and paste and copy and paste with your own new details and more in this. And again, I objectively said, hey, you guys did a great job with the cinematography. You know, like there's a lot of great elements here. But it has no substance. And then you throw my emotional moment with the memorial, my first time ever saying goodbye to them at the end, to me personally, as like an anchor to make people feel. And to me, that felt cheap because I lived that. But now you're doing it because it kind of gives you this, like, from a storytelling perspective, it gives you this ending. And I'm like, it just frustrated me. I thought John and I had a great conversation. I had a completely different perspective after we got done talking. And so just to see all of that pulled, and then just more facts about Lori. Personally, at that time too, I was like, F this, bro. Like, I don't care. I don't want to tell the Lori story. I'm tired of it. So I think that's probably the biggest thing. Is like, I don't feel like you knew anything more about who they were. You just got a little bit more insight and details, I guess.
Yeah.
You know?
There was
about your, go ahead.
There was so
every time. No, you go ahead. You can tell she's just automatic. Knows she cannot cut him off.
Yeah.
There was
about your, go ahead.
There was so this is, I don't know how much I can say about this, but
right.
But there, getting back, there was a first cut.
Right.
I just saw part of it.
Right.
But it was way more psychological.
Yeah. And maybe
I think it's easy to blame the director and the producers, and right, but in a way, like, one of the things they told me was they have to run all this by Netflix.
Yeah, you have to be approved.
In the end, Netflix has the final say, and they ran the first cut by Netflix, and Netflix said no.
Yeah,
Netflix said no. I don't believe that our audience is ready for a documentary that's going to go a little deeper and get into the psychological elements. And Netflix basically said to them, you need to go back and you need to tell more of the story.
Merry Christmas,
right? And so
make it more about Lori. Make it more about Lori.
Make it more about her. Yeah.
Frame it less about Colby and less about psychology, because in the first cut, I guess I was in a lot more. And
which would have been great.
Well,
honestly,
I think in retrospect, I'm glad I wasn't, in a way. But like, some of it has to do with the audience for true crime.
Yeah.
Right? And whether the audience for true crime really wants to get into the psychological elements of crimes as much, or get into like your personal emotions.
I get
and
that.
Your personal, right, and all the issues you're like, it's because those, I don't know, like, the question I think for Netflix is that stuff going to be popular enough, right? They're trying to get
right. They got to pull in ratings.
Yeah,
right, exactly. Yeah,
they got to pull ratings, and what they know about true crime is that the people who tell the stories,
right,
like the crazier the story,
right, exactly.
The more likely you are going to get higher ratings. Like, so, I think some of this has to do with the fact that Netflix pulled the plug on the first cut, and they wanted something that was more traditional and more mainstream, and that was just, let's tell a really crazy story.
Yeah.
And let's pull Colby and John's conversation about, the personal, emotional, and psychological toll of these crimes on him.
Right, exactly.
On Colby.
Go ahead, Lauren.
So you're a producer now. So you're a marriage counselor, a sex offender analyst, evaluator. You have the FBI speed dial because you get cases. You've testified in numerous federal cases. You are an expert witness for the federal government and in many states. I think that you probably got on their fucking nerves and they had to edit you out because you don't shut up.
Can I ask you two what your conversation was about? Because let me explain. I wasn't there. I've heard bits and pieces. Other people have asked me. They've been so curious.
Right.
Colby, you just said something that I'm even more curious about. You said that conversation sort of changed a perspective of yours.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that many people, myself included, are curious, like, what did you talk about in this conversation? So that's my first question. The second question is, how did it change your perspective, Colby?
Yeah. I'll go first really quickly. So at that point, I was processing everything. And I remember they just told me what we were going to do and how it was going to work.
Listen,
so they're like, we're going to
listen. Has this dude ever been on any of the TV stations? Has John Mathias ever used his credentials besides on News Nation? Has he ever been on any of the major networks as an expert? He's not an expert. I'm calling bullshit. 100% bullshit. Who's she? Why would she be the one always talking? He's the one with the fucking specialty. They don't want him. That should tell you something. They cut it out.
we're going to go to Nevada, and then we're going to go over here and we're going to talk to someone named Dr. John. So I'm like, okay, that's totally fine with me. And so long story short, when we sat down, we just started talking, and I'm kind of just presenting ideas of what I've experienced and what I'd been going through in my life and what happened with my family and all these things. And long story short, like, we just started having a real conversation, and he was explaining things that I was talking about with my mom. Like, we got to a flow. Then we started talking about the whole thing with Twilight and all this stuff. And I'm like, wow, this is like, I'm bouncing it off someone who understands. And he was so understanding and empathetic. So it was kind of like, for me, just eye-opening, because I couldn't ever understand where she was coming from. And here's someone who's been in this situation over and over and over, giving me personal perspective. So I think that's what, for me personally, like, why it was such a big deal.
Okay. John?
Yeah, and from my perspective, so one of the things before I talked to Colby was I told him and I told the Netflix crew and the director, Sky Borgman, I said, look, I want to make it clear, this is not therapy.
Alpha Omega.
Right. Colby's not my client. He's not my patient. This is a conversation, and I don't know where it's going to go. Like, it's all going to be based on Colby and how Colby responds. And like, I need this disclaimer up front. Like, this may seem like therapy at times, but that's not what this is. So really, and having said that, I just really was kind of basing my questions off of Colby and how he was doing and how he was responding. And I think what I noticed was at that point, and this was years ago, that Colby was really struggling to make sense of it. And so my goal was really just to kind of help direct him to go a little deeper with certain things and to maybe see his mother in a slightly different perspective or light. That he was, at that time, he was really struggling to figure out if his mother was the person he thought she was or whether she was someone else. And I think, I wasn't trying to form an opinion. I was just trying to ask him questions where he could reflect on that and try to make sense of it. And I think at that point, I kind of saw him really, really kind of trying to dig deeper and figure out who his mother was. And, I remember one of the conversations we had, or one of the questions I asked him was, was there anything from your childhood? Because you told a story that was kind of favorable for your mom, and, and you were stuck on that a little bit. And I said, well, was there anything from your childhood that you remember, that might have been a little bit negative, or that, do you remember anything your mom did that wasn't so great? Right. And you thought about, you stopped for a minute and then you started remembering some stuff, and I think that's where it started getting really interesting.
Thanks,
I think I told you
Jace.
about the time with the car, right?
Yeah.
About how she wanted to drive off the cliff. And I mean, to me, like that was a defining moment. But I think, Lauren, you're the one that said that. Like, I was still so defensive even to myself. No, she's a good mom. Like she was stressed out. Like I always rationalize her behavior as something. And that's just like, no, that's crazy. Like that's a defining moment of life. Like my mom was trying to commit family suicide. What am I supposed to do? Like that's not a normal situation. So I think that's one of those things where when I bounce that off of you and you didn't have like a reaction, because I'm so used to her reactions of being so huge and you're so like, okay. I was like, oh yeah. And then it just gives you like a different perspective. And then I think we ended up talking more about that. But for me personally, like that's what changed my perspective is I'm asking you stuff like personal things. And you're like, well, this could be because of, the religious beliefs. And you started just breaking things down. And like, basically I just had all these personal questions. So like when we were talking, it was just very like one-on-one kind of feeling and everybody was just kind of there. That's what it felt like. And I think that's why I was like, that was great. And I remember telling Kelsey the same thing. I'm like, I just had like the most unexpected conversation about this situation. Cause at that point I'd never spoken about my mom to anybody else. And even with Kelsey, I think I was still defensive of her in some ways. And I'm like, well, no, like she tried really hard. And I always came up with excuses for her because I had to do that and cater to her all the time.
Hi, Colleen.
And so I had to uncondition for years now just to realize what I was doing. And I think that's why that moment in court was so big the other day was it kind of just everything about all that burden of her. Like I always felt like a burden of just her wanting to care for her, or take care of her, something of that nature just broke. And we stood there and had that just 10 seconds of uninterrupted eye contact. And Kay's like, did she really just smile at you? And I was like, yeah, she's crazy. Like she's just staring. I just stood there stoically. I just stared her down and she just is sitting there like just smiling with her head tilt. And I'm like, I think it just finally made me realize that this whole thing with the psychological thing, all these aspects have existed and then something triggered for her to go.
Emilio, do you remember when Nate Eaton did some kind of surprise reading of Colby's at CrimeCon? I can't remember what it was, if it was a letter to his mom or something. And he didn't know that it was going to be read. Did you guys see that?
Go full force. And the more I pick apart my life, the more I realize what it was really like. And now I have to do things differently for myself. But watching her from this third person is like, it's something I can't put into words.
I feel like you just explained it a little bit better for me this time. And I want to ask John what it is. As you said, he breaks things down, but you just said you felt released from the burden of taking care of her. Mm-hmm. And to me, that makes sense because yes, what I told you is I will never forget the first time it wasn't even an interview. You put yourself on video to request your mother to bring the kids back. And at that moment, the world was looking and we were trying to figure out who the hell Lori was and who Chad Daybell was. Like, you know what I mean? And so I was watching your video from my perspective. I was watching your video to try to understand again, who your mom was more. Oh, look, what just happened.
Oh gosh.
I'm in a portal. Just a second.
She's in a portal.
So I'll finish this and then I'll fix my camera.
What the hell was that?
She's in a portal.
So I'll finish this and then I'll fix my camera in a second. But I was watching you trying to understand who your mom was and you were walking on eggshells. That's what I explained to you last time. You were like, Mom, can you tell me where the kids are? But Mom, it's okay. Like you're wonderful. Yeah. You're a great mom. But Mom, let me know where my sister and brother are. But Mom, I'm not getting mad at you. I'm not. It's okay. I was like, oh, this is some of this walked on eggshells her whole life. So for you to say, I felt lifted of the burden. I think for me, like you felt lifted of the burden of like maybe just always trying to tiptoe around things and take care of her. Or feel guilty. Maybe it's the guilty of how you should be doing something, but. I'm curious. I do kind of want to know what John thinks because you talked about this after court, this feeling that like maybe disassociating from her being your mom or whatever. And you said you can't find the words to kind of figure it out. And I'm curious what John thinks it might be. And I'll try to get out of this portal, guys. And hold on a second.
They got you. Come on, Cynthia out here with a quip. Come on now.
Yeah, we're all.
Hold on, we're gonna pause this for a second. I need to see this.
Have you talked to her since? No. I told Colby this backstage, but somehow Lori found out that we were going to be here today and sent me a message this morning. and I've shared this with these guys backstage. They said it was okay if I shared it with you all. If you talk to Colby, please tell him that I love him very much, no matter what, in all caps. You can ask him about Matthew 25, which looked up, and it's the parable of the wheat and the tares and the parable of the 10 virgins, I believe. Any idea what that scripture reference means?
It's her trying to talk about the wicked versus the good being sifted apart, basically. So it's her way of trying to say that she is still good and basically godly.
Do you want to talk to her again?
No.
Okay, well, let's not talk about her anymore today.
Okay.
And
why would he do that to him? Hold on.
have you talked to her since?
No.
I told Colby this backstage, but somehow...
Wait, there's another one.
...be here today and sent me a message this morning.
Listen to the crowd. This is fucking exploitive. I feel like I'm watching an old Geraldo video from 1992. Oh my God. Did you hear the whole crowd? They're like, oh, and they giggle.
...be here today and sent me a message this morning. And I've shared this with these guys backstage. They said it was okay if I shared it with you all. If you talk to Colby, please tell him that I love him very much, no matter what, in all caps.
Did you see him shake his head? This is not healing, people. CrimeCon is not healing for victims. This is not healing.
I love him very much, no matter what, in all caps. You can ask him about Matthew 25, which looked up, and it's the parable of the wheat and the tares and the parable of the 10 virgins, I believe. Any idea what that scripture reference means?
It's her trying to talk about the wicked versus the good being sifted apart, basically. So it's her way of trying to say that she is still good and basically godly.
This is a short on meetin' the Eatons. You heard me? I think that's sick. You want to talk about exploitive? HTC ain't the only ones. 3 months ago. This was after CrimeCon. It's gross.
On the portal at some point or another. Just hopefully not Chad's portal.
No, because you're not coming back.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
It's gross.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I think just listening to your take the other night, you know, it sounds
It's
like
healing.
you're figuring out a way to create some healthy distance.
Yeah. I do have to ask you this. So I did not know this. Kelsey texted me this. When we were doing our show the other night, you mentioned the storm.
whole market.
I did not know what that was. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm thinking you meant storm as in like the situation's really bad. So I'm so glad I didn't say anything else because Kelsey's like, do you even know what she just said to you? Because she's like, it's a little drizzle. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, it's not a big deal. Like I was just being fun. I didn't know. She's like, tell her about the storm. And
Thank you, Kelsey, for
I
explaining.
didn't even know what you were talking about. I'm so glad. I'm glad I didn't say like, oh, I like the storm. Like, I'm so glad I didn't say some stupid crap. I'm so grateful because I didn't even know.
I would have not known that you didn't know. The way you reacted, I would have not known. You didn't know.
That's the thing. I thought you just meant the situation's so bad. So you're like, oh no, it's not that bad. And I'm like, okay, yeah. Like I was just playing along. I'm just really glad that I did not say some stupid stuff.
Glad Kelsey has informed you.
That was well played, Colby. Well played.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so real quick, because we'll get to a couple questions at the end, but I want to know what you guys thought about Kay and how that went. Because I personally thought that was going to be the battle.
Colby should have never even been asked if that letter could be read. Period. End of story. Wasn't it enough that Nate got the fucking interview? That had to be like the shiny little fucking ice. That had to be the icing on top of the cake. It wasn't enough that Nate got the interview. He had to fucking do that too. Yeah, I don't like that either, Lindsay. It's gross. It's weird. Bringing his little girl. Oh, it's celebrities. Celebrities. Oh, she's going to interview celebrities. Wed. Effing wed.
Battle of battles. I truly did.
I know. I'm actually curious what John thinks too, because just, I don't know. I put it in front of him. He watched the whole thing.
Right.
What I said was I thought she was incredible. She held her own. I thought it was a mic drop at the end when Lori asked, like, were you there? Again, being literal. And she said, do you know? Because you saw, she said, no, but I've seen a lot of evidence. You did.
Yeah.
And then Lori, rather than like pushing, was just like, okay, that's it.
Yeah.
It kind of ended. And so it was like this great moment for Kay. But I thought she would be I thought she would attempt to be very intimidating to Kay. And maybe she was trying, but it didn't go well because Kay was ready and held her own. And I think your mom was nervous, but then I have questions about that too. Cause I'm like, I don't know. You don't see Lori nervous a lot, even the whole giggling with the neighbors after Charles' shot. She's like, hi neighbors. Like she never seems nervous about.
If he said no, it probably would have gotten leaked. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't in this situation.
Anything ever. So I don't know what the shaking was because, even Melanie Gibb explains that when Chad and Lori both called her to say lie about where JJ is after that welfare check, that Chad was nervous, but Lori wasn't. She's like, just lie, just say you're at Frozen 2. And so I do want to understand why she was shaking, why she felt a little bit more timid.
Yeah.
But that's what I saw. And I thought he did great.
Yeah. Personally, I was watching that moment. And again, like I said, I thought that was going to be the battle of battles right there. I thought she was going to go the absolute buck wild on Kay because she's waited for this moment for years. And before this happened, when the jury walked out and me and her had that eye contact, she changed from me, and Kay's right next to me. She changed from me and peers through her eyebrows and just mean mugs Kay. So I'm like, it's going, like if Kay goes today, it's going down. Like this is going to be the worst version of this. And for some reason, I think that because you could tell that Kay was so on not backing down and you could tell that she was more aggressive, I think that something about Lori felt threatened. I genuinely believe she was more nervous and scared. And I told that to Kay after. I'm like, you scared her because that was wild. Why didn't she attack you? She barely said anything to you. And then she asked you the same question she asked everybody and she dipped out. I couldn't believe that, honestly, because I really did. And I was nervous for Kay because I'm like, she's going to go at her. And it's so unfair because this is a horrible situation. But when she just stood up there, asked her a few things, Kay was right back on her and then it was over. I don't know. What did you think, John?
Yeah, I think some of it was that Kay was pretty fearless, right? That she wasn't gonna. I think Kay knew that she wasn't gonna back down, or she wasn't gonna be intimidated by Lori,
right?
And so I think she took the stand with a lot of confidence,
right?
And that showed. I do think though that I think that your mom was a little more restrained because I think there's a lot of doors that could have been open. Like if she.
I wish they would stop the your mom. It's so rude. It's so inconsiderate knowing that he doesn't call her mom. They keep making his identity just Lori Vallow's son. I think he addressed that in his video last week. If your identity, like, is that who you want to be, Lauren? Are you just Jameis Johnson's daughter? Are you Jameis Johnson's daughter, or are you Lauren Matthias? Like, who even are you? Why do you keep doing that to him?
He asked the wrong questions.
Mm-hmm.
She could have opened the door to a lot of problems, right? In terms of the murders of JJ and Tylee, right? Like right now, the jury doesn't know a lot about what happened previously. And Lori knows that, it wouldn't take a lot to go down the wrong path. And I think Kay is certainly maybe the person that could open some of those doors if she slips. If she asks the wrong question and slips up, Kay would love to jump in and say, well, you murdered you murdered these kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Kay did almost slip a couple times. In fact, Kay said, I knew that JJ wasn't safe with Lori. The last time I saw JJ was May. Like, clearly that wasn't 2025 then. And I was actually kind of maddened at the jurors for not asking any questions, but we'll get to that later. But that's a good point, John. I think about that if she could introduce that Tylee and JJ are no longer alive.
Or she could ask the wrong question that would open the door for the DA, right? For the DA to come back and introduce that. And so I think there was you had this conflict for Lori, which was she wanted to be aggressive and she wanted some type of vindication or revenge on Kay, but then she knew that she had to be somewhat restrained, or she might really open up a can of worms that she could never close.
Yeah. Well, I think she has to be careful. And I that's one thing I have really been baffled by watching is them going around the fact that they can't say that. It's so crazy to me. Like, just from me as the brother, I'm like, it is crazy that we have to watch them dance around that. And I hear, even with Nancy Jo, same thing, like having to very carefully explain herself without tipping anything is crazy. But the questions that Lori asks with the personal vendetta, she can't help herself. So I think at some point, honestly, she's going to slip because she's not calculated enough. And she's personally has a problem with each person she called. And so I'm thinking at some point she's gonna give the open door, and then by that point it's over. So I don't know what she's gonna do when she does it to herself. I thought she'd do it with Kay, to be honest with you.
I did too. I wasn't sure, but I think that. So I think she wasn't going full bore with Kay because she was aware of the fact that she could really, step in it if she slipped up and asked the wrong question. And I'm sure Kay would have been
ripped her. Somebody needs to rip her. Somebody's got to do it.
Kay owned Lori Vallow.
Right.
They would have been more than happy to do that, to really throw her under the bus.
That's a good point, because that last question, did you?
AB Dazzle, I would like to go just to give my own like critical review on it. That's what I'd like to do. I'd like to see it firsthand.
See me conspire to kill my husband.
Right. Yes, Jules, when we talk about Lauren exploiting victims' families, that includes Summer. Absolutely it does. 100%.
And her answer, Kay's answer, no, but I saw a lot of evidence.
Summer Shiflet.
That you did. If Lori then pressed, what evidence? Guys, I'm sorry. I don't know.
It's okay. It's okay. We still love that you're here.
Lori, and says, what evidence?
What is it?
Then, well, what evidence? How about, you killed your children, Brandon Boudreaux. So you're right. Like that.
By the way, I'm going to give you guys a little sneak peek before we end today when this video is done. When this review is over, I have a little sneak peek of what I'm working on.
Opens up a can of worms.
You are Butter?
And, for me personally, I didn't know that was going to happen. I know Adam was going first until like that night, because I made my mind up kind of last second, really. And so for me, that was like, wow, there couldn't have been more of an intense time to show up. And that's why I was so interested in what you guys thought, because
it's in Vegas.
For me, like I said, this is a bunch of people I had Thanksgiving with. This is people I grew up. They've known me since I was a little kid. And now we're all in the room together watching Lori. And I cannot tell you what the scope of that is like, because now I'm looking around, there's all these other people there. And we're all so confused on how this is happening in this family.
Me too, so Ren.
I think for me personally, I'm really glad that Adam and what I want for all of us now at this point is just to move on at some point. Like at some point you just have to move forward, and you can't keep having to relive this and rehash it. And so I was really grateful that at least for that interaction with Lori and Kay, that they didn't have to go deeper than she already did. And again, like I said, she gave her perspective on what happened with Charles. And that was like a whole nother level of heartbreak, because I didn't know exactly how that happened either. So I think walking away from Thursday, I was like, I just, as much as I know I want Charles to have his justice, it's going to be really nice when all of it is said and done, because that was emotionally exhausting to watch. And I wasn't even in it. I wasn't even a part of it. Like I didn't have to testify. I didn't have to do any of that. I just had to, even being in the room, it was a lot. So
it must be really difficult, to have to endure trauma over and over again, right? Like, I mean, as we've talked about before, she doesn't need to be doing this.
No.
Shut up, John.
Well,
It is trauma. I'm tired of it. I'm exhausted. And I'm not a survivor in this, a surviving victim in
No,
this.
you're not.
In this case, I don't have to live with,
no, you're not. No,
what
don't.
she did to me and my family. And I'm exhausted. I'm ready. And I can't imagine how all of you are doing it. Right. Like for all of you, I do want you guys to be able to, for you, for Kay, for so many, I want you guys to be able to move on. And it's just, it just keeps going 5.5 years later.
Yeah. Well, I think that's another great point is that the reason why it's interesting is because you guys have a completely different perspective as well. But you've talked to these people, right? You've talked to Tammy's family and Kay and all this stuff, and you see what it's like. And I think that's what's made me so passionate and why I love you guys as well is
Hi,
like
Mesera.
giving
Merry
people a different side of
Christmas.
media to talk about the real
Miss
side of this stuff,
Jess.
because you might just see that moment in court. But I think there is a loss in translation. I think you said it earlier, John, too. It's like, it's really about the detail and how crazy it can be. I used to listen to this, for a short period of time, listen to this YouTube channel called Scary Interesting. And that's all it does. Okay. And he just is like, and they found a person in the cold. And like, I'm getting chills and all this stuff. And I'm like, this is too intense. I can't do it. But I'm like, I get why people like it. It's just that I'm sitting in the room, and even though I'm involved directly, I'm watching Kay and Adam. I'm even feeling for Serena, how unfair it is to have to be put in this position. And even for the analysts, like all these people are here from one person, and that will always baffle me. The fact that we're all sitting here because of one person, really mainly one person. You can blame whoever else, but it blows my mind that we have been in this position for this long, and that we're 3 trials going into 4 for one person's actions. So I think the takeaway is try to do better, and don't make, what is the enchiladas? Don't make the green chili chicken enchiladas. Don't even try.
Leave the green chili enchiladas alone.
Leave them alone.
Or if you're gonna make them, at least use like some decent green chili. Use some,
make it spicy.
Make it spicy.
Do something. Don't just throw it in there, crock pot.
John's like, if you're gonna make them, fucking give me a plate. Christ, I think that's a sign that I'm done with that one for today. Let's watch a little bit of this. This is to come, okay?
By the way, I called John this morning, who also is my husband. I called husband.
Okay, so this is in the works. So like I told you, I've got a few texts. I'm not going to be the vault of texts. I'm not going to be, I don't know. Until I see something that really means something, I'm taking it all in, if you will. Does that make sense? I'm taking it all in. But the little ones that I do get that I can prove a point with clips, I'll definitely be sharing. Okay? All right, so this is what I'm working on right now.
John this morning, and I said, so what did you think?
Look at his cup. It says it could probably be worse.
And love your mug, by the way. I saw that. And he said, what? I said, what did you think? And he said, I'll tell you later. I have no idea what you think. And so here we are, real time.
Can you read my mug?
It could probably be worse, says your mom.
Probably be worse, right? Well, so
Could
I think
Lori's interview have probably been worse, though? I don't know.
I think so that's how I'm feeling this morning. But but I think this is a good place to start.
Right.
And Nikki said that she believed the victims were. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Nikki also said that she believed, quote, the victims were people nobody would care about or look for.
So now we're going to talk about image versus reality. Because when someone says publicly, especially when they're branding themselves, okay, I'm going to save that for the video. But this is, I'm going to show you a little bit of what I'm working on. This is the text. She says right here, I go out of town next Wednesday. Blank lake. I'm kind of excited. While I'll be working full time, my evenings for 2 nights will be without the most needy toddler I've ever met and a husband who also wants attention. And I'm going to edit and work all night. All night long. I know, the many faces. Here, look at the many faces of Warren. Here she's reading Feminism for Boys to her toddler. But when she wrote this, her toddler was 4. Oh, do you want me to go back? I will, Lindsay. Fuck yeah, I'll go back. That's a sneak peek, okay, of what's to come. All right. Here, we'll finish it. We only have a few more minutes. Sorry.
Chicken and everything. What were you gonna say?
We
Lauren?
only have 4 minutes left.
No, I was gonna say, going back to your scary, interesting thing. Yeah.
Oh, wait. Biachinator says, wait, I just got back. Was the defense investigator also at the lake? Oh. Shit. Hold on. I didn't know about that part of it.
By the way, I called.
Let's see. Who also wants attention? Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't even think of that at the lake. Oh, wow. Attention. I don't know. I don't know where the ping video was. I haven't gotten to that yet. I don't know, man. Something just isn't right. All right, let's watch the last 4 minutes of this. They went to, I don't know, Lindsay.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I think it's clear. We've said this before, but the reason John and I started talking about this case from the very beginning, when JJ and Tylee were nowhere to be found and Chad and Lori were in Hawaii, was to understand it. Like, I mean, that I mean, and it's true. I think everyone knows that. That's how our podcast started, was me asking John questions, because I couldn't stop. I was a retired broadcaster, retired to stay home for the moment, with our son. And I was sitting on the couch a lot and just home trying to process being a mom and missing my career. And I couldn't stop. I couldn't stop reading about everything and asking questions and trying to understand it.
Oh, we both went out at the same time.
Look at that. Hi, John. Are you so nervous now, John?
What the heck just happened?
John's all nervous.
Oh my gosh. Bad energy from them. That's an omen right there.
I think the camera went on John's by himself.
I think
John's stressed right now.
I think Lori might be.
Oh my God, he's totally ignoring them. Why is he ignoring the? Is he that like weirded out about being on the spot? Look, he's mad. He's like, "Fuck! Are you fucking kidding me?" Watch. He grabs his mic because he's so uncomfortable.
About everything and asking questions and trying to understand it.
Oh, we both went out at the same time.
Look at that. Hi, John. Are you so nervous now, John?
What the heck just happened?
Oh my God, she just totally put him on the spot. Are you so nervous, John? He's like, yeah, I fucking am. You fucking know I hate this shit. This is part of the business transaction I didn't want to agree to.
What happened?
John's all nervous.
Oh my gosh.
I
the
think
camera
that,
went on John's by himself.
Colby laughs.
I
the
think
camera
that,
went on John's by himself.
I think
that's right.
As a matter of fact, I fucking love it, because I think he deserved to be laughed at that point. Little bit of karma right there. Colby didn't know in the moment, but his wife put him on blast, so why not fucking laugh along? Look at John. He's like, that's not fucking funny.
John's all nervous.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
I
The
think
camera
that,
went on. John's by himself.
I think
John's stressed right now.
I think Lori might be working some of her.
Says John's stressed.
Black magic from the
Oh my
prison, from the
gosh.
jail
We've
cell
been
or
playing
something.
too many games.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. We played we dissed the enchiladas and we are screwed. Oh
Lori
my
looked like all
gosh.
my friends' moms growing up.
No, I
and
don't even know what happened.
Yeah.
Wait, what, Lauren?
Lori
my
looked like all
gosh.
my friends' moms growing up.
No, I don't
and
even Oh
Lori
my
looked like all
gosh.
my friends' moms growing up.
No, I
and
don't even know what happened.
Yeah, what
my
is
gosh.
going on?
Okay, well then
feel
let's
like-
do this. Let's wrap it up since we're having so many tech issues. I don't know what just happened to the camera.
Does this mean is the interpretation of this, by the way, that I'm the only one on here that's not dark? Is that a
Yeah.
You're
fair?
still in the light. That's why.
Is that a fair assessment? No, I mean I know you guys.
You're
are,
safe.
but-
You're
so,
safe.
Yeah, okay, cool.
You're safe.
Yeah.
All
Yeah.
right. Well, obviously we had a little bit of tech issues, but I appreciate you guys. I'm sorry my camera went out too. I'm not sure what happened, but this is a great conversation. Thank you guys so much, seriously, for being here. Thank you for opening up your perspectives. I truly get so engaged when we're talking, like when John, when you're speaking, and Lauren and you guys sharing your perspectives. And one thing like I said, even for your channel is so interesting to me too, is that, you know, we're doing something different with media rather than what, you know, maybe even Netflix tried or what everybody else
Yeah.
is doing. I love this idea of being able to do your own decision on how you speak about it, what you're looking for, why it's interesting to you, your perspective. I love that. So I just wanted to applaud that on your guys' channel and tell you how much I appreciate you coming onto the podcast.
It's very
And
inappropriate.
we almost made it to the end, but we got screwed. We almost made it. We almost made it.
Yeah.
We got
Almost.
sabotaged by some dark spirits.
I
can't
guess
stand
so.
Colby, do you think you're going to do any more days of court, or was that plenty for you?
Let's make them really
Yes,
nervous.
I will let you all know that if I
Beady-eyed
go.
motherfucker.
I'm
Yeah.
thinking about maybe one more day
It's a
before
maybe. Yeah.
sentencing. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm thinking about it right now just to kind of see where I'm at. It also was nice too for me personally to just kind of get in there, kind of get a feeling for it, and then get out. So
Yeah.
I think that was cool.
Yeah. And that's what
But-
you did. You know, we all wait in a line. We walked in, and then you walked in after. You know, you're
Right.
incognito. You know, we don't see you guys walk in, and they fill that first row after we all get in there. So I'm glad. It was
Yeah.
good to see you from afar. I was in the back row, but yeah,
Right.
maybe I'll see you again then. So
Yeah. Well, and absolutely.
right.
And I'll let you know if we're going to go. But thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Thanks,
Thank you for
Colby.
being on the
you.
podcast. And
Yep. Thanks for
thank
having
you.
us.
Of course.
Yes.
And thank you guys all for your chats and everything. We appreciate you, love you, and keep you up to date on the community tab. Thank you guys. Good
All
night.
right. We'll see you. Good night.
That is that, guys. So I think Excited Utterance is going live right now. So I guess we can throw the link in the chat because I do have the redirect set up to tomorrow's stream so that you guys can hit like and then the little reminder thingy. I'd appreciate it if you guys did that because then you won't forget. Because I'm going live a little bit earlier tomorrow due to it being Christmas Eve. I got plans tomorrow. So I'm doing the live in the morning. I hope you'll be there. In the meantime, I want to thank everybody for being here. Thank you, moderators. Thank you for all the new cooterships, all of the cooter chats and super chats. You guys are amazing. If I don't see you before Christmas, if this is the final stream until Christmas that you'll see me, Merry, Merry Christmas. And hopefully I'll see you before the new year. But now we're going to get into the Cooter DeVille. We got an updated Cooter DeVille for Christmas.
I saw the dreadlocks over the hill. Not against her will. I got time to kill. Way down in Cootersville. Okay.
And we're going to jam out to our Christmas music on the way out. Feel free to hang out until they're over. Enjoy the tunes. They're only going to be around for a couple more days, and then I'm done with Christmas. Once Christmas is done, I'm done. So enjoy it while you got it.
It's the most full of shit time of the year. Good Lord, Lauren and Grayson, man, just look at their eyes while the body cam's near. It's the most full of shit time of the year. It's the hype of the season, with dramatic legal reasons and police on speed dial. There'll be histrionics and tears and stories of fake fear. Are you guys for real? Now it's Grayson feeding Lauren time with a sippy cup. Now let's blame law and crime. There'll be lies dressed as concern, every bridge left to burn for clicks overnight. It's the most full of shit time of the year. Lauren swears she's all natural still, no Botox she'll say with a very straight face, while her eyebrows launch to outer space. Grayson's nodding enthusiastically, brown nosing professionally. Yes, Lauren on cue. Dark eyes ringed like it's Halloween. Alice Cooper core, if you know what I mean, with a crisis or two. They'll be typing in all caps, calling cops over scraps from a common thread. Someone almost got whited at dinner, and Christina's in Europe, but let's blame her anyway. John stays calm like a podcast monk, above all the noise and the stink. But crack a window, light a candle. Good God, you feel